afternoon session, and I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I believe we're starting with the slides from Dean Temke. Is that correct? And welcome to everybody. This is kind of unusual. We have lots of folks from the Montana legislature participating. Some are just watching on Zoom. Some are actually participating, kind of sitting with the committee in terms of through the chat room and things. So I'm very excited about this opportunity to have this dialogue. And I think we have some sort of stage setting presentation from our staff. And I believe this is where we ought to be. So welcome everybody, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Thank you, Chairman Schwanitzer, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Dean Temke. I work in the Budget Fiscal section of the Legislative Service Office, and today I will be giving you a short presentation or a briefing on electricity landscapes. Both landscapes in our country, the United States, our landscape in the state of Wyoming, and also the landscape in the state of Montana. And by giving you a briefing on landscapes, I'm just going to try to give you a big picture as what power generation has looked like by the electric power industry over at a couple of points in time, and over those 20 years in time, in the calendar year 2000, and also in calendar year 2019, which is the most recently completed calendar year of data that we have, and then also looking what things look like now in the year 2020. Okay, in the calendar year 2000, I would preface this by saying that most of the historical, if not all the historical data I'll be talking about today comes from the United States Energy Information Administration. According to the EIA, approximately 3.8 billion megawatt hours of electricity were generated by the electric power industry in the US in the calendar year 2000. And these numbers are pretty inclusive. They include both power generated by the utility industry, by the commercial industry, by the industrial industry. The only things that are not included in these figures I'm giving you are small scale operations. I mentioned that specifically in regard to small scale solar. Small scale solar makes up a relatively large percentage of the total solar generation in the United States. So keep in mind that these numbers that I'm providing are utility scale electricity generation figures. As I mentioned, the $3.8 billion generated in the year 2000, over 20% of that was generated from fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, and petroleum. Also in those years, in the United States anyway, nuclear power made up about 20% of power generation in the United States, and hydroelectric made up about 7%. That pretty much makes up, that's very close to the entire mix in the large categories. Now, if you look at the calendar year 2019, it is clear that really the utility generation landscape has changed quite a bit. You will see in the year 2000, there were almost 2 billion megawatt hours generated from coal. And that number is less than half of that now. The percentage of the total has fallen from 52% to 23% in calendar year 2019. Another pretty big difference that took place between 2000, the year 2000 and 2019 is a pretty significant increase in the amount of megawatts generated from natural gas. Natural gas's share went from 16% up to 38% of the total electricity generation generated over that period. And one of the biggest changes that has taken place from the year 2000 to the year 2019 is the amount of power generation from wind power, and from solar power. The amount of electrical generation generated from wind power from the year 2000 to 2019 has increased by a factor of almost 54. In other words, there's almost 54 times the amount of power generation from wind power in the year 2019 than in the year 2000. The increase in solar power generation is even more stark than that. Solar power generation has increased by a factor of 146 times. In other words, there's 146 times more megawatts generated by the utility power industry by solar in the year 2019 than in the year 2000. This graphic is just showing the U.S. wind generation by the total electric power industry over this 20-year period. As you can see, in 2000, the total was less than 5.6 million megawatt hours. And in the year 2019, that number is more than 300 million megawatt hours. This slide right here is just showing the time series from the year 2000 to 2019, also for solar generation. It was less than 500,000 megawatt hours in the year 2000. And in the year 2019, it was 72.2 million megawatt hours generated by the solar power industry. Like I had mentioned before, these figures consist only of utility scale solar power generation, but a significant share of the total amount of solar power generation comes from what is known as small scale solar. EIA defines small scale solar as those operations or those generators that that have a capacity of less than 1 megawatt. And a lot of what those consist of are residential, the solar panels on people's roofs throughout the country. The share of small scale solar generation represents almost a third of the total. Next, I'd like to talk to you about the renewable portfolio standards and goals that are in place. I was able to find an article dated April of this year, prepared by the National Council of State Legislatures, or NCSL as we know them by, indicating that 30 of our 50 states have adopted renewable portfolio standards. And in addition to that, 7 states have adopted renewable energy goals. And basically what renewable portfolio standards are is they require that a specified percentage of the electricity.
I'm very sorry, but when you turn your head, we don't hear as well. So maybe scoot up a little bit.
Okay, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
It's okay.
basically the renewable portfolio standards in these states require that a certain percentage of the total electricity generated come from renewable energy sources. Now, renewable energy sources are included in the third bullet on this page. They include wind power, solar power, biomass, geothermal, and hydroelectric. Biomass is actually, it's defined as organic non-fossil material, such as the burning of wood or waste products. And geothermal is the energy that comes from below the Earth's surface. In many states, renewable portfolio standards are measured by a percentage of retail electric sales. As you can see by the final bullet here, most of the targets are between 10 and 45%. However, there are 14 states, and they are listed in this on the slide, starting with California, have requirements of 50% or greater, in which the power will need to come from renewable portfolio standards. The last bullet on this slide as well is I put a link in to this particular report prepared by NCSL for those people who would be interested in looking at the entire report. Interestingly enough, there are, in regard to states with targets much higher than the 45%, the state of California's goal is 100% clean energy by the year 2045. And goals like this are happening in places other than just California. Colorado's goal is 100% clean energy by the year 2050 by utilities serving 500,000 customers. So these renewable portfolio standards are making a big impact on how power will need to be generated in the future in our country. It's estimated in this article that roughly 1/2 of the growth in US renewable energy generation can be attributed to the state renewable portfolio standards. And this next slide is just basically listing all of the states that do, the 30 states that have renewable portfolio standards, the 7 that have voluntary goals, and then the 13 states that have neither portfolio standards or goals. And you can see that Wyoming is in that particular category. Zeroing a little bit in on power generation in Wyoming. According to the EIA data, 45.5 million megawatt hours of electricity was generated by the electric power industry in Wyoming in 2020. No, in the year 2000. And an amount pretty close to that, 41.3 million megawatt hours, was generated by the electric power industry in Wyoming in 2019. So the number hasn't moved much, but what has changed is how this power was generated. As this slide shows, in the year 2000, almost 96% of the power generated came from coal, 2.2% from conventional hydroelectric power, and roughly 0.5% came from wind and solar. You fast forward to 2020, coal is still a significant contributor at 84.3%. Natural gas is increasing quite a bit in Wyoming to 2.5%. Hydroelectric is about the same, but as I mentioned, wind and solar has really grown, representing 10.2% of the total power generated in the state of Wyoming in the year 2019. And here is just a graph showing the wind power generation from the years 2000 to 2019. And then actually the same graph for solar. You can see that solar is much more recent. The first data that showed up for solar power generation at the utility generation scale was in the year 2018. This slide shows 824 megawatt hours generated in 2018 and 180,000 megawatt hours generated in 2019. Shifting the focus to the state of Montana, according to the EIA data, approximately 26.5 million megawatt hours of electricity was generated by the electric power industry in Montana in the year 2000. And similar to Wyoming, the total amount has not changed a whole lot from the year 2000 to the year 2019. It went from 26.5 million to 27.2 million. So not much growth in the total. However, the mix has changed as well. You notice that the generation from coal has dropped by roughly 2 million megawatt hours. Hydroelectric has stayed about the same. Petroleum has dropped a little bit. And actually, as you can see from this slide, there was actually no power generation from wind or solar in the year 2000, at least according to the EIA data. And in the year 2019, 8.6% of the power generated came from wind and solar, 2.3 million megawatt hours from wind and 0.33 million megawatt hours from solar. And these next two slides just show the time series. You'll see that the top of the slide says from the years 2000 to 2019, but the first bar on the bar graph for Montana shows 2006. That's basically when the utility scale power generation really started for wind in Montana, was in 2006, up to the level of 2.3 million megawatt hours in 2019. And you will see solar power generation at the utility scale power generation really began in 2017 in Montana, 13,633 megawatt hours in 17. Growing to 34,000, a little bit more than 34,000 in 2018, and approximately 33,000 in 2019.
So Dean, just a question. Why would it drop? And is this new additions to power? Is this the total amount? I suspect it's the total amount. Why did it drop between 18 and 19? Any idea?
Chairman Case, I would say these are the total amounts. As for why it would drop a little bit from 2018 to 2019, I'm afraid I don't have a good answer for that right now. I would have to check into that further.
Well, thank you, Dean. There could be lots of reasons. The plant was offline, or there was a problem, or who knows? It's not much of a drop really in the grand scheme of the big increase.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So back to you, Dean.
Okay. This next slide talks about currently installed and future wind and solar capacity in Wyoming and Montana. I included on this slide a definition from the EIA's frequently asked questions. Basically, electricity generation capacity is the maximum electric output an electricity generator can produce under specified conditions. I just kind of want to distinguish these figures from the actual power generation figures that have showed up and that I presented in the previous slides, rather than talking about actual generation. Now, this slide is talking about wind and solar generation capacity. And this following information I found from the American Wind Energy Association. And this information is as of the second quarter of 2020. So this is very recent. Wyoming currently has 1,816 megawatts of installed wind capacity. And that's in 1,085 wind turbines. Wyoming actually has 4,341 megawatts of wind capacity currently under construction. So that's almost not quite a factor of 3, but as you can see from this, Wyoming's wind generation capacity will be increasing significantly, actually due from construction currently taking place. The same figures for the state of Montana. According to the American Wind Energy Association, Montana has 880 megawatts of installed wind capacity in the form of 553 wind turbines. And Montana currently has 240 megawatts of wind capacity under construction. The following information, I also got similar information from the Solar Energy Industry Association. Wyoming currently has 110, a little bit more than 110 megawatts of installed solar capacity. Wyoming's installed solar capacity is projected to increase by a little bit over 52 megawatts over the next 5 years. Montana currently has a little bit over 61 megawatts of installed solar capacity, according to the Solar Energy Industries Association. And Montana's installed solar capacity is projected to increase by over 251 megawatts over the next 5 years.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, could I
Yes.
ask a question? Thanks. This is Chairman Zwanen, sir. Just a question, Dean. When we say that there are 4,341 megawatts of wind capacity under construction, do you happen to know if that means, plotted, platted, halfway built? Is it a 10-year plan? I was hoping to get some more specificity under what under construction may mean.
Go ahead, Dean.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Zwanen, sir, my impression from this information that this is construction actually taking place now, not just planned construction, but actual construction taking place. I know pretty much all of us have heard of the very large project. It's called the Chokecherry and Sierra Madre. That project is 3,000 megawatts of wind capacity. So that particular project makes up quite a bit of that wind capacity under construction.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dean.
Just in looking, doing in searches of the EIA, further searches of the EIA data, in which in 2019, EIA expects 42,000 megawatts of new capacity additions to start in 2020. Wind and solar account for 76% of those new additions expected. Natural gas makes up 22%. So basically adding all those three up, those three add up to 98%. So basically 98% of the capacity being added in the year 2020 is coming from wind, solar, and natural gas. And like I
Get
said,
closer to your microphone, Dean, please.
okay, and like I said, 76% of the additional capacity in 2020 is coming from wind and solar.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. The final two slides I'm going to be talking about have to do with wind power generation tax policy in the state of Wyoming and in the state of Montana. I took this information from the memo that I prepared last year comparing Wyoming to the various states. That's where I took the information from for both Wyoming and the state of Montana. I think pretty much we are all aware of the tax on production on electricity from wind resources. We currently have a $1 per megawatt hour tax is levied on production of electricity produced from wind resources, effective January 1, 2012. This tax is imposed on each megawatt hour produced at the point of interconnection with an electric transmission line. Electricity produced from a wind turbine is also exempt, shall not be subject to the tax until 3 years after the turbine first produced electricity for sale. This next slide describes the electricity generation in regard to the state of Montana. And I actually contacted the director of the director of the Office of Research and Policy Analysis for the Montana legislature to confirm the accuracy and completeness of this information, just to make sure we had it right. As it says, Montana has an electricity generation tax of 20 cents a megawatt hour, is levied on electricity and electrical energy generated, manufactured, or produced. They also do specifically have some renewable energy source exemptions. New generating facilities with capacities of less than 1 megawatt are exempt from property tax for 5 years after the start of operation. For those operations producing more than 1 megawatt hour or producing 1 megawatt hour or more, they are eligible for a property tax reduction on the local mill levy during the first 9 years of operation, subject to approval by the local government. In cases where this is approved, the facility is taxed at 50% of its value in the first 5 years, and then that amount is increased by equal percentages, so it's taxed fully in the 10th year. Montana also has an initial local government and local school district impact fee, where an owner operator of a wind generation facility used for commercial purpose is subject to an initial local government and local school impact fee for the first 3 years of wind generation. This annual impact fee may not exceed 0.5% of the total cost of constructing the wind generation facility. This last item on this page, actually Montana also has an electricity transmission tax in addition to their electricity generation tax. This amount was not included in the memo that I wrote last year. However, as I said, I contacted a director in the Montana Legislative Services who specifically mentioned this one. And actually, it is a wholesale energy transaction tax of 15 cents per megawatt hour is imposed on electricity transmitted in the state. And while this is not a generation tax, electricity that is produced for delivery, whether it's within Montana or outside the state of Montana, would be subject to this tax. So since that member of the Montana Legislative Services mentioned it, and I thought in terms of being of completeness, I would include it on this slide as well.
That's good, Dean. There's more? Okay.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, that is the end of my presentation.
Okay.
I would be willing to take questions if anyone has any at this time.
And thank you, Dean. Let's see if there are any. Mr. Co-Chairman, can you assist me, because I'm not sure why, and it's probably operator error, but I cannot see all of the members who are teed up to be in. So I do see Representative Conley, but I don't see the other members, and I'm trying to rearrange it to do so. And I'm just a fumbling idiot here, to be perfectly honest. So if we could start with Representative Conley, and you could help me possibly to keep track of everybody, would that be okay?
Certainly, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Okay,
You might
Representative
gallery
Conley.
view.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Two very different questions. Mr. Temte, I'm curious about the demand for renewal. So going back to the slide on the state renewable portfolio standards. And I think one of them, you had mentioned that one state went back 20, 30 years, but I am curious about whether these states are meeting their standards. So honestly, I'm trying to get a sense about the demand, honestly, out there, in particular for our product.
Mr. Tepke, if you can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Connolly. The article that I was referring to by NCSL really did not discuss that. So I am at a loss. I can try to find that information out for you on whether they are actually meeting these portfolio standards or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that would be good to know. I think I remember at one point hearing something about Oregon was backing away, honestly, from a standard to a goal or something along those lines. But if there's the possibility that there's an incredible amount of demand, if there are portfolio standards out there that will be coming up soon. So I'm just curious to know that. But now, Mr. Chairman, my second question, very different, and it's on this last slide where we have kind of understanding that Montana now also has a transmission tax. So what we're seeing is a 20-cent tax on generation, and then a 15-cent one on transaction or the transmission. And I'm curious about how that latter is collected and where. Is it a state tax? Is it a local tax? Is it a consumer tax? Who's the one who pays for the transmission tax?
And just by some housekeeping, Katie, could you admit the folks from Montana so that they could answer these questions too? We haven't really had formal introductions, but if there are any that would like to be admitted, please do so. Maybe they could help us with it. But it's a good question, and Dean, if you can.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, it's my understanding that this electricity transmission tax is also a state tax similar to the 20-cent tax on electricity generation. I noticed in the statute that there were the statute, the Montana statute even specifically defined who would end up paying this tax in various cases and circumstances. I can go ahead and send you a link to that particular Montana statute. It's outlined very well. I'm afraid I don't remember them right off the top of my head, and I don't want to go to the statute to read them, because in that case, you guys can't hear me. But I'll go ahead and forward you that link to that specific tax, and it's very lined out in their statute.
Why don't you do that for everyone, Dean, if you can?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will do that.
Back to you, Representative Conley. Anything else?
Thank you, that's it.
Okay. Can people please help me, because I can't see everybody on the screen, and is there anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Dean. I think we all see that California's having some blackouts again here, maybe coming up, or they're talking about it. Do you have any information on why that might happen? And do you think is the state going to change their opinion on this, or do you have any information on that? Thank you.
Dean, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's another item I would have to check into. I don't have any information at my fingertips to respond to that question, but I can check into that.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anybody
Chair-
else?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative? Yes, Representative Blackburn. When you guys speak, you pop up on my screen, so that's helpful. Thank you. Representative Blackburn, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, up at the top right of your screen is a gallery view, and if you punch that, you might be able to see everyone.
So thank you, Representative Blackburn. I've got it, and I've been punching the heck out of it, and the options are limited. It only gives me, it changes it, but it doesn't change it in a way that gives me all of your wonderful faces, and I don't know why, and I miss that very much. So we'll just struggle on, and I will keep trying. And the poor people here in my audience are probably thinking I'm a total idiot, which wouldn't be too far from true. Okay, go ahead. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Roscoe.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dean, I was wondering, I'm not smart enough to figure it out, but how would we compare our $1 an hour rate on wind as compared to Montana's several different ways of taxing? I don't know if you could bring it down to the cost per megawatt hour or not. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, I think on that particular question, it's my understanding that Montana Legislative Services has provided some of that information to the Montana legislators, and I would defer to them to answer that question initially.
Fair enough. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in right away from Montana, or we want to wait till we get through this side of questions, but you're certainly welcome. And Katie, I need help to identify those folks because I don't see them on my screen. Anybody else on the committee or from our Montana friends?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Roscoe.
this is Roscoe again. In other committees, we've used this participant box down in the bottom of your screen, and you can raise a hand using that participant screen.
We could try that, but I don't think it comes into my screen. And it seems to be when I go to the main box screen, I just get Representative Conley's image, and that's been a problem here all morning. So you look lovely today, I might add, but I'm kind of struggling on and will depend on help from my staff as I always have and my co-chairman. So,
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson.
go ahead.
I kind of wonder if Dean has control of the screen, and maybe that's the reason his presentation's on the screen.
That's probably true.
It is, Mr. Chairman, I can stop that share. That might help you if you would like me to.
No, let's just fumble on if people have questions about your presentation, Dean.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Pat Sweeney.
Go ahead, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of questions. Dean, on your version 3 of your memo from September 18th of 19, I noticed basically New Mexico and Utah are both missing. Have there been any updates? I'm to understand we just lost a sizable wind project to Utah because of a price differential, and I'm just wondering if there's any update on their tax situation or what they're offering for additional incentives that would have beat us. And then number 2, back to Montana's difference on their standards and directions. Do we know, like Rocky Mountain Power, Pacific Core, of all that power that's generated by that one utility, I don't believe it does not include Black Hills Energy and others. 17% of the energy Rocky Mountain Power produces, Wyoming uses, and the rest is exported. Do we know any of those particulars for Montana?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I'm afraid I don't know the particulars of those. I have had conversations with our Public Service Commission, though, who is much more up to speed on that particular issue. I'm afraid I would defer that question to them. In regard to the memo that I wrote, dated in 2019, I did go through that memo this interim and checked every item reference in it to make sure it was still current. And all of those items listed in that memo are still in place. I also checked, NCSL has a database of new taxes and tax changes. I reviewed that database as well, and I found no new generation taxes, including changes on power generation for the state of New Mexico and the state of Utah.
So everybody, we do have a friend from Montana who wishes to ask a question, and it's Senator Ankeny. I certainly hope I'm saying that right, Senator. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Pacific Core has about a 20% ownership in 1,500 megawatts here in Colstrip that all gets exported out of state. And as far as our, we call that electric generation tax as a wet tax. If you add all that up, it's certainly a lot less than what Wyoming is taxing. And Mr. Tempe alluded to our staffer here in Montana, who's great. And throughout the conversation, I've already texted her and said, we want to align our generation tax more in line with what Wyoming's got. Well, I mean, you know, we have a 15% severance tax on coal. I mean, when I was still a coal miner, I was in Helena for 3 months straight lobbying back in the 80s to get this severance tax down to 6%. It was 30%. We did manage to get it to 15%. But I think we floated through the years with all that money coming from coal, and we just, like the rich uncle, we just really gave wind and solar, yeah, come on, we'll charge you 10 cents or whatever because we're a generous, well, it's changed. The whole landscape has changed and we're dropping, coal revenues are dropping significantly. A lot of things depend on our coal revenues. Oil and gas, same thing as North Dakota, Wyoming. So this has given me a really good opportunity. And Senator Chairman Case, I'd like to thank you and the other legislators very much for including Montana in this discussion. And I hope we can have some more. We go into session the 1st of January, and we're already talking about different ways to make up this loss of revenue. But no, that's, we have 5 owners. We got Pacific Core, Puget, Portland General, Avista, Talon. Well, we got 6 in Northwestern. So there's 6 owners on this 1,500 megawatts that we have here in Colstrip, and just all but 2 of them have a scheduled closing date. Pacific Core, Avista, Puget, Portland General all have between 2025 and 2027 exit dates for this power plant. So we don't know what the hell we're going to do.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. Stand by. I would point out that our dollar a megawatt hour tax applies only to wind generation, and there's a 3-year exemption period before that actually goes into effect. So it doesn't apply to all electrical generation and transmission as your tax does. And then of course we have that exemption. Just for everybody out there, maybe you don't deal in dollars per megawatt hour, that amounts to about a 1/10 of a cent per kilowatt hour, 1/10 of 1 cent. I'm not sure what you're paying for electricity, but probably 7 or 8 or more cents, and it's 1/10 of that. We do have another Montana legislator, Representative Pope, would like to be recognized. And I know Senator or Representative Larson, you're on too, so I'll get back to you, but let's hear from Montana for a little bit. Representative Pope.
Thank you, Senator Chair. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
I think so, loud and clear. Everybody okay?
It's an honor to be here and send greetings from Montana and my colleague, Senator Ankeny, and I think we still have a Representative Katie Sullivan from Missoula on, and perhaps there's some others that I didn't see. But in any case, I wanted to comment that I think, as Senator Ankeny said, we are much more lightly taxing our wind industry. We're 20 cents on the dollar to you. So if yours is $1 a megawatt hour, then we're 20 cents. And then there are transmission costs as well that are paid, by the way, by the facility ownership. So that's a tax that in theory is being passed on to the customer one way or the other, but it's being paid by the facility, the production facility. And I would say that, I think we're all, and we're watching, Wyoming carefully, and I'm tempted to say our hearts go out to you guys to a degree because we're all in a heavy lift moment. I don't think Montana's hit quite as hard yet. I think our energy industry largely is smaller than Wyoming's. So where Wyoming might be dealing with $1 billion kind of set of numbers, Montana might be in the 100 million kind of. To Senator Ankeny's point, we have a lot of work to do on a budget side. So talking about wind taxes is very interesting to me, and we want to grow our wind industry, but it's it's going to quickly spread into a much bigger conversation. We are being told by our Northwestern Energy utility that there's 7,000 megawatts, that's 7 gigawatts of wind, that's currently queued up for interconnection approval by the PSC and interconnection. So some of that megawattage is not going to ever see the light of day, but it's still a substantial amount. And I was very impressed with your wind numbers. And so to Senator Agnee's point, you know, maybe there's stuff that we need to learn from you about how to put together wind projects. But I will also mention that we're in terms of wind specific, we feel like we're at the end of the line. I think Montana and Wyoming have, to a degree, different markets. You know, where Montana understandably is historically always directed to the West Coast, and Wyoming maybe more so, but I stand to be corrected on this, Mr. Chair, to the Midwest and to Colorado and the South. But because of our transmission situation, and we're going to have to address and are trying to address our transmission capabilities, and that's I think of it as it's a challenge, but I view it as an opportunity. To Senator Agnee's point, we've got a very volatile situation happening out in Colstrip, and we had a ballot initiative that didn't get enough votes this time, but it would have brought our tax situation, our tax on wind, up to $1 a megawatt hour, and those funds though would have been directed to the coal industry, trying to make up for tax base and also to help workers and communities appropriately, in my view. But that didn't come to pass, and maybe it'll show up in the legislative session that starts in January. There's much more to talk about, but I just really appreciate the conversation. I've really enjoyed seeing these slides and need to study them a little more. And I'll speak for Katie, Representative Sullivan, and myself, and Senator Agney. We're here for you to, you know, help the conversation go forward. So, but I would say that our interest is growing the wind industry, becoming more market centric, more market driven, real pricing. We have an energy imbalance market. The Western EIM will be joining that in April of 2021. And so we'll be going more to a regional sort of situation that way in terms of markets and pricing and whatnot. So sorry I'm talking too long as usual, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Pope. And I know there are more questions, but Dean, could we tee up the 2 slides? It might answer some of the questions raised by the good representative. So this first slide is about the grids, and I'm sorry to catch you off guard, Dean, but if you could do that. So Representative Pope and all our friends in Montana, I'm trying to use this slide to illustrate 2 things. The bottom is the United States power grid. And you can see that there are 3 colors on the grid. There's green for Texas and blue for the eastern half of the United States and yellow for the western half. These, we all have the same kind of power in the United States, but the timing and ability for the regions to interconnect are limited. This is mostly a historical artifact, but it's just not possible to put everybody on the same deal. So what that means is those lines, those borders, they can't exchange power easily. There certainly is ways to do it. There's something called a DC intertie, or you could have an investment in one region that goes back and is exclusively for the other, and other region is not interconnected with the region it's in. But basically, those are kind of important lines to show where our markets are. And so almost all of Wyoming is in the western grid. So we share the grid with the big West Coast states of California, Oregon, and Washington. And Montana, you're kind of in a good position because you have pieces of 2 grids coming in. And I think that's kind of important to look at. And I put this slide next to the slide that's up, or the image that's above it. The image that it's above it is about the wind energy potential. And you could probably think of another one that would have something for solar energy potential. But if you just take and eyeball the difference between, first on the wind energy potential, the more blue, more purple colors and even red that's high wind energy. And we know we have high wind energy in Wyoming because we have to hang onto our hats when we go outside, but it's especially prevalent in the area to the east of the South Pass, the break between the Rocky Mountains in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. It sort of forms a high funnel that creates this wind cone that kind of encompasses all the way from Cheyenne clear up into the Powder River Basin and even farther than Cheyenne. Looking at your wind, you also have wonderful wind. You have a lot of this really great red wind in the yellow area. And you also have a lot of great wind that's sort of into the Midwest and the Eastern grid. So those are just incredibly important. And I think this shows that we are kind of in the same boat in a lot of ways in generation. New Mexico is also talked about a lot, and you can see New Mexico down there at the bottom, and of course it has some great wind too. Its challenges are a little different than ours and perhaps not as shared, and it also has a lot of its good wind is for other grids. And then Dean, if we could see the next slide. So I copied this slide. There's a little bit of my work in here, but the bulk of the slide that you see is, and I have to move a pop-up that keeps getting up in my way. The bulk of what you see here, that didn't work. I don't think you can see it, but this is from a consulting firm called E3, and that stands for Energy Environmental Economics. This is a very interesting company. We hired this company years ago to build us a wind tax model, and it came out and showed that basically generation taxes of about $5 a megawatt hour might be the sweet spot. We didn't do that at the time. We chickened out and we went for a $1 a megawatt tax. A couple of years ago, I tried to resurrect this model that this company built for the state of Wyoming. And unfortunately, it had actually been purchased by a wind developer, and Wyoming is not able to access this model anymore. There is a public domain version, but we can't hire this company to revise our numbers. But this company did some more work for folks in the Northwest about what it is really going to take for them to achieve their goals. And this particular slide is only one tiny slide of a huge presentation that you can find by searching for that box that is in the upper right. Basically, this looks at the impact of the decisions in Oregon and Washington and their commitments to go to in Northwest to reduce greenhouse gases and what that implies for our states. And first thing I want to point out is that the little dots, in one case they're stars and in one case they're dots, I guess, and they're Montana gets squares, I guess, but they all represent the same thing. They all represent some kind of renewable energy that amounts to 200 megawatts. And so you can see that Montana and Wyoming looks like they're almost all wind, and if you look on the chart that's contained with that, and it's like Montana wind is listed at gigawatt hours of 18, Wyoming wind 33, total amount of solar throughout the area, including Utah and Idaho, is 46 gigawatts, and wind in the Northwest is the largest amount, 47 gigawatts, but it's shared between two states, Oregon and Montana. Now remember, this is really not going to happen. This is the scenario if we actually get to 100% reduction in greenhouse gases and we achieve it in this manner. So this is just a hypothetical. and it's talking about what our states are going to look like in the year 2050. So this isn't really going to happen, and we all know it's not going to happen because it's too difficult to do, but it implies a little bit about what plans are for developing renewable energy and what it means for our states. And just to help you along a little bit more, there's a sub box in there that talks about land use, and you can see solar total land use in thousands of acres, wind direct land use in thousands of acres, wind total land use in thousands of acres. And there's a line for 80% and there's a line for 100%. And so if we just assume and take these numbers that are contained in this chart, we can kind of think about what is the actual land being used in Montana and Wyoming based on these numbers. And so you can take this chart and do the same thing I did, but basically it looks like of the total gigawatts of wind, we've got Northwest wind with 47, Montana with 18, and Wyoming with 33. That's a total of 98 gigawatts. So that total wind total land use is based on 98 gigawatts, whether it's the direct land use or the total land use, which has a big range. But anyway, if we just take our proportional shares and say what that really implies is that the total amount in thousands of acres, for example, for like Montana or for Wyoming under the direct wind use or the lower range of the amount, it works out to be 1,533 square miles on the lower range and 7,208 square miles on the upper range. And the same if we go to Montana, and you can do these numbers yourself just by figuring out the average use, but where it says wind total land use and you take the lower range, that implies 836 square miles being used in Montana. And if you look at the upper range, that implies 3,932 square miles. And so I just sit there and these are astounding numbers for the intensity of these energy production on our landscapes. And so I'm not trying to editorialize about a greenhouse and coal or anything like that. I'm just trying to say that this policy has a lot of implications. And back to Representative Pope's original question about where does Wyoming's power goes, it goes the same place as your power because we're predominantly in the Western grid. We're feeding this market. And so we are definitely in the same boat together with astounding amounts of land being needed to supply this power demand. And that's the only point I want to make about stage setting. And I know many people will say, well, we'll never use this much, or this is on the way upper end. And I totally agree. But it does say how land intensive it is. And so just the amount of land for Wyoming, that exceeds all the land area of all our cities, all our mines, all of our oil field disturbances, everything. It's incredible. So that is my end of 2 slides for stage setting about why we have so much in common. And also on the tax issues, very good questions raised. Our analysis is only kind of partial analysis about taxes because, we all have property taxes. I think that in general, Wyoming's property taxes are much less than Montana's. We, of course, don't have an income tax, and Montana does as well. So if you made money on the corporate level, you'd be paying an income tax. So it's not really clean to just look at the megawatt hour thing, but you'd have to look at all these taxes. So that's more of my stage setting and to help with the discussion. And I believe there are other questions, and I need to I believe that in Wyoming, Representative Hallinan had a question. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Can we get you now? Thank you.
Yeah. I have a question for Senator Anthony. And it sounds like he has concern about replacing the income that the state of Montana had from the coal with the income that they could get from the solar or the wind. And it seems to me like that the tax is the amount of tax that we can charge is dependent on the demand. Is there a significant fight back from the buyers of this if we raise our tax? Or is it an inelastic response that would be due to our supply? Thank you. See what he thinks about that. Does he think that there is an inelastic amount of supply of demand for the supply? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if Senator Ankeny is around and wants to tackle that, I'll certainly happy to give him the floor. He can tackle it later if he chooses, or he doesn't have to tackle it at all. I'm not hearing from him. He could be muted and he might join with us later.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I could ask that question also of Representative Pope if he'd like to contribute to this conversation. Thank you.
You're just going to search around until you find a victim, right?
Yeah.
Representative Pope, welcome again. And if you care to take a crack at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Tempe or Representative Tempe? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're addressing, this is Representative Hallinan. Dean Tempe is with our staff.
I'm just.
Sorry, pardon me, Representative Hallinan. I can't read it on the screen, so. Is the question, I'm going back to my economics class here, inelastic demand given the supply, is the question I think is going to come down to that there's a lot of demand for lower cost electricity, but we're running, as you are, into the big issues at the utility level of how technically to do that without creating instability on the grid. Is that an answer to your question, or are you trying to get to something else? Sorry, Representative. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Hallinan, if you can.
Well, I'm just trying to get at the amount that we can raise our taxes without hurting the amount of demand.
Go ahead, Representative Pope.
Representative, I would have to say that if we're where I think we are, which is to say firm wind power. So that's wind and storage somewhere, right? Because otherwise we're not talking apples and apples, but the wind and storage. If I'm seeing what's happening on the West Coast, Representative, I think that number is coming in somewhere between 25 and 30 bucks a megawatt hour. And I think, I think at that point you can raise taxes a fair bit and still be underneath natural gas at 42. So that's just I'm weighing in that. And that's probably location specific as well. In other words, what's happening on the West Coast, can we do that here? I mean, that's an open question. So I wouldn't want to try and answer that. But I think I think there is some room for taxation if we're trying to stay under a $40 a megawatt hour number for natural gas, say.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else questions? Katie or Dan, am I missing anybody in chat or anything like that?
Representative Larson has a question.
Representative Larson, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Thankfully you're there. Representative Larson. He's probably muted or down the hall. There he is. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, my deal wasn't working very well. I have a question for Dean. How does this correlate with the federal subsidies when we had the increase in wind and solar? And do you have the information on the subsidies presently and how long they will last? I know a lot of that has to do with what they passed anyway, but that's my question.
Dean, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is another area I would have to check into and get back to you about that.
So I can shed a small amount of light, and I don't mean to speak for the industry who we're going to hear from a lot, but basically the subsidies are beginning to end. I think that you have to really have clearly had your project underway this year or next year. And we'll learn more about the specifics to qualify for the production tax credit, which is one of the important tax credits. And just in perspective between our tax of $1 a megawatt hour, the production tax credit at its height contributed $23 to the generation. So you got $23 from the federal government. Hooray, my screen just changed magically. I don't know who did that, but somebody that's a saint. I can see that. I can see all of you now. Anyway, just to put that in proportion, a wind developer could qualify to get a $23 per megawatt subsidy while paying $1 per megawatt hour to the state of Wyoming for our use in subsidies. So that kind of puts it together. I do point out that tax situation is evolving and changing. It was not extended in the last round of COVID funding. There was an attempt to do so. My understanding is that it may be extended in the future. It was a tax that was going to go away a very long time ago, and it's been extended several times. That's about all I know about the tax. We can find more about that. There are other tax credits and things that qualify both at the state level and at the federal level. And for our friends in Montana, we actually had a briefing from an economist about what drives the developers. And we used to say that because Wyoming didn't have an income tax, that meant we had room for other taxes. And we commonly said that, but a pretty noted economist told us, no, the fact that you don't have an income tax really doesn't matter because none of these people, none of the developers make profits. They actually don't make profits. So they don't pay an income tax in Montana, Wyoming, anywhere, because they're kind of existing in the realm of, they're not nonprofits, so to speak, but they're not profitable companies. Let me just put it another way. A high-ranking Rocky Mountain Power executive told me that if it wasn't for the tax landscape of the subsidies, that this would not be happening at this time. It might be happening down the road, but not at this time. So companies are not really interested in so-called profitability. They obtain tax credits, which they're able to sell to other companies or use for other purposes. It's surprisingly not a profit-driven business, even though it seems to be demanding an awful lot of resources from our two states. I can see you all now. I can see Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our friends in Montana, on property tax, when it comes to either solar or wind generation, do you have applicable property taxes to those sites? And being that you don't have a sales tax, is there a different tax mechanism which is collected in Wyoming when those turbines actually head down to the county right by my office to be installed down in Commerce County? There's also sales tax on the turbine itself, the blades, concrete, supplies, all of that that goes into that. Is there anything comparable in Montana to property tax and sales tax?
Whoever would like to address that, if you can. Representative Pope, if you don't mind. I suspect you don't have a sales tax. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I thank you. I see my colleague Representative Custer on the line. She might know about at the local level how that works. If she wishes to take that question.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Yes,
Go ahead.
yes, this is Representative Custer, and I'm from Eastern Montana, and I do know that the wind projects and solar projects are taxed at the county and level with property tax, and it does add whatever the value of the project is, then the mills in your county or in whichever school district and the state mills are assessed against those, and that's what replaces our like a sales tax on the blades and the turbines. And so it's very advantageous to have a project in your county, because it's just like having a pipeline go through or a railroad go through, adds
Right.
value. And that means whatever taxes are generated from that project, the local taxpayers don't have to come up with to run the schools or the county services or the state monies that go to the state for the universities system and the general school mills in our state, which are 101 mills. So that's considerable. And so there's a project going to be in my county that's proposed, and our county commissioners are taking some flack over the fact that they did give them the 50% reduction. But and they did that because the company came in and convinced them that it was to be competitive, Montana Wind to be competitive with Eastern Washington Wind, they almost need to do that. And so they did do that. And of course, some of the residents here are angry about that. But to me, a bird in the hand is worth more than, this is a 30-year project. Yes, you're giving them a break for 5 years, but to get the project and not get the project is huge. And so there's a lot of angry taxpayers that don't understand how the taxing goes. And I used to be the county clerk for the county, so pretty well aware of budgeting and taxing and revenues. So I always stand up for them for doing that to try to get the project off the ground.
Thank you very much, Representative Custer. And yeah, we understand county clerks very well, and we love them dearly. Thank you. Anybody else? So just to pontificate a little bit, is this worth continuing to try to interact some more? And do we need to maybe expand our analysis of our comparative situations to try to figure things out? I know that all the folks that would like to develop a lot of wind, and there's a lot of money in it right now, of course, and they're doing a good thing for the world and global warming, and so I'm all for that, actually. But I'm just wondering, we often hear statements that we're not very competitive, and that whatever we do, it'll go, like you mentioned, Western or Eastern Washington Wind, and on and on and on. I look at the total amount of power that's required, and I think about where their best locations are, and I think we are in a pretty good position, especially if we decide to work together a little bit more. And Representative Custer, you also mentioned that a 30-year life. I think we're making decisions about a very, very long term. Looking at the future of the industry, I think Representative Pope did hit it that wind powered, it's not a firm resource, so it has to be firmed up somehow. And whether that's with a gas turbine or hydroelectric or so much more in the future, it's going to be batteries. But batteries become a substitute for base load power or controllable power. They don't really become a substitute for pure energy, which solar and wind will likely provide. So I see this as a very, very long play. The wind patterns in our two states are timeless, and they don't seem to be much affected by global warming. If anything, they're possibly increased. if a site, it's very hard to develop a wind facility. It takes a lot of permitting, a lot of planning, a lot of negotiating contracts. But once a wind farm is put together and is in operation, I think the trend that we're going to see for the next many decades is not that they wear out and they're taken down and then they restore the landscape. It's that they're more likely to be replaced with larger turbines that are more efficient, and it has to do with the volume of the circle that they sweep, you know, and essentially in Wyoming right now, we are seeing around Laramie wind turbines that were originally piloted for offshore use being installed onshore. These are 680 some feet tall to the top of the blade. I mean, that's really big turbines, and a lot of them. So I think what we're going to see is that these same sites, once they're permitted for wind, our federal land managers and the transmission lines are in and the roads are built and the customers are there, they will continue to be used for wind generation, perhaps for decades, perhaps for a century or more, so that our grandchildren are the ones that are affected by our decisions now of how much money we start to get for them. So that's one piece I look at and is always in the back of my mind. And you know, like in Montana, I can see you have the same mix of folks that we have here. That we have folks that are hard and very true coal people, and they are very hurt by what has happened to their industry, and they very much want. They feel like it's been unfair, and they'd very much like to address that. I'm not trying to do that. I welcome their help if they want to support maybe a more balanced tax structure as I see it, but I really believe that a green future is the only way the planet's going to make it, and it's certainly we've got to figure out a way to do that. And wind and solar are going to be very important pieces of that. My only thing is that it is in Wyoming and Montana, we're helping out by providing our wonderful landscapes for customers that aren't in Wyoming and Montana. And we're making decisions that are going to be for a very, very long time. And people on the East Coast may, or West Coast may, not be as caring as I wish they were about our landscapes and our environment and our migratory birds, and you just name it. And I admit I am a fanatic about our landscapes. I love the Red Desert in Wyoming more than I love the Tetons. If I had to pick one or the other, I would take the Red Desert and give anybody the Tetons. So it's astounding views through our open country. And astounding way that you can look back in the past almost and envision the people that were there. So anyway, I am kind of biased. I do want to get more for Wyoming, but I'm not anti wind or solar in that sense. I just think we need a fair deal. When people on the West Coast are paying more than 20 cents for their electricity, contributing 1/10 of a cent right now to Wyoming for compensating us for our wind and our vistas, it doesn't seem like enough in comparison. And the decisions that are being made are like to turn on the jet pumps in your jacuzzi, and that requires more land in Wyoming. I think I want people to think about that a little bit more. And it requires more land in Montana, our good friends, the North. And I come back to, we had a tussle about severance taxes on coal. And we kind of went back and forth, and everybody said that if Wyoming does something, then all the coal companies will go to Montana. And I know you heard the same thing. But the truth is, we both have done very well selling coal and having taxes that have been very substantial and contributing to our states. So I'm hoping that we can maybe hone in on getting a little better deal for our states and partner up a little bit. But I would like to continue this dialogue if you do, and we have about 1 million people in the queue to make public comment. I'd like to continue the dialogue with us for right now, for a little bit, and then probably take a break. I know people need a little bit of break, then we come back and we can begin to work on that enormous queue. But I guess before we go on the break, I'd like to hear if we should be continuing this. And Representative Pope, thank you. You've been so gracious and wonderful, all of you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And I'll let Representative Custer speak for herself, but I think we would be on a page that we're very appreciative of the quality of this conversation and the data-driven aspect to this conversation. I think that's important. We, as you know, have big things happening on these, well, the middle part of our state up in Colstrip, and we're trying to do this as gracefully as we can and as fairly as possible. So in some cases, this conversation does become very enmeshed, so we don't leave communities behind. However, having said that, I would just say I'd be very interested in continuing the conversation. I think my life energy is to figure out how to, I'm a policy person, so and a business guy. So how are we going to remove obstacles that are in the path? If I sat on a budget and revenue committee, as you all do, then I certainly would be also looking at that other half of the ledger. And I think this conversation for me helps me understand some of the aspects. I'm not sure that because our states, as we've talked about, are so fundamentally differently wired at the front. And I mean, we do have different tax structures. And we're, by the way, at this session, Representative Custer can speak to this. I think we're going to be addressing where our revenues come from in a broad sense of that. And it's going to be a hard conversation, but an important one. I would just throw out one last thought as we can continue this into the future, Mr. Chair, that perhaps it's a regional look at how we incentivize and attract development to our states and in a regional context. So it's not Montana, it's not Wyoming, it's something that's larger, a bigger idea, bigger vision than that. And frankly, I'm spending all my time on storage. I'm spending all my time thinking about, okay, we have a project that's not too far from Representative Custer's district. In fact, if it's not in her district, Gordon Butte is the name of it. It's a pump storage. It has been licensed by FERC. It has not. There's no shovel turned yet. About $1 billion project, 450 megawatts of capacity, all kinds of opportunity. And frankly, I can't speak to the economics of it, which is key. But I'm thinking that the buttes, so to speak, that are in our states all over and, involves water. So that's another big issue that's somewhat controversial as well. They have their water rights. But I don't know if it's a vision or not, but it certainly comes to mind that Montana and Wyoming could be the storage centers for the whole Western grid. Because these electrons travel, as we know, pretty fast, and they don't really care which state they're in. So if we're storing and smoothing out and firming up and enabling massive amounts of wind and solar and other types of new technologies, I think that could be a very interesting path to at least look at. We might decide that there's no real business opportunity there, but we in a public-private partnership with our industries, but also outside investment, outside the region, that could be an interesting thought, a starting point, Mr. Chair, but I'll just leave it at that. And I want to thank you all for having us. So I look forward to talking again.
Thank you. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on and see what we can do.
Thank you.
How about anybody else? Senator Anke? I'm just butchering your name. I'm so bad with names. Senator Anke?
No, you got it right, Ankney.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pope and I may disagree on some things, but on this, I think we're agreeing. I spent 40 some years in the coal industry. I just assume that's the way it always was or always will gonna be, but that's not the case right now. I think that anything that Wyoming, Montana, and North Dakota can do together, whether it's enhance clean coal technology. I know Wyoming, the University of Wyoming has done great things in this technology, but in this taxation issue, I think, like you said, it's 1/10 of a cent is what that amounts to, or for ratepayers. I think we got to get real with this. I mean, there's already a tax production tax credit that wind gets when they go online that makes it a little bit lopsided for fossil fuels to compete with that anyway. So to tax them, that's not a bad thing. I mean, don't tax them out of business, but get our share. We darn sure did with coal. We darn sure did with oil and gas. There's no reason that wind and solar ain't paying their fair share. And, you know, they're not providing the jobs that coal and oil and gas did, so that we're not getting any sales tax or income tax like Montana has, which incidentally, withholding tax is Montana's biggest form of revenue. And when you start cutting these jobs, you know, 300-400 jobs in the natural resource industry, you're going to see that revenue stream drop. And so I think that we need to continue this dialogue, and we need to get what's fair from those industries that's taken over the power generation. So, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the committee for listening to a couple long-winded Montana legislators. And we certainly do appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Let me just say that you don't have a monopoly on wind or long-winded legislators. I will say that. Representative Custer, if you wish to say anything. My plan is to take a break, and then you're welcome to stay right along. We're going to hear from a lot of witnesses. They're really geared up to provide a lot of discussion, mostly in opposition to any kind of tax or things. But as you listen to all the people that have signed up to witness, you'd be welcome to get my attention and ask a question along with other members of our committee, if that's okay with my co-chairman. I don't mean to, but this has been a very unique and wonderful opportunity, and I'm grateful. And Representative Custer, if you had anything you wanted to add.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say thank you as well for all the good information. And I think we do need to work together, because we're stronger together. Then there won't be, like you were talking about the coal, where they were saying, well, we'll just go to a different place and do it. If we all are together on this, because it is going to take up our landscape, and it takes a lot of land. And if we're going that way, we may as well be in it together, and more minds that are looking at things, the more we can all be alert of things too, even with our legislative staffs working together would be great. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Custer. Anything else from Wyoming folks? I was thinking we'd take a break. If we do 15 minutes, that comes back at what, 2:50. So if that works for all of you guys, let's come back at 2:50. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Representative Sweeney has his hand up. Go ahead.
Sorry, just real quickly, Mr. Chairman. The good senator from Montana, I think I met you a few years ago in Gillette at a Department of Interior hearing, and enjoyed our conversation. And to that end, on coal, I thank you for Montana staying with us on the export terminal. And I hope you'll continue to see that through with us. The two states working together to try to force the issue in Washington State to export our products. And finally, in your next session, I would really appreciate if you guys would implement some sort of sales tax so that we didn't have the leakage over the border up to Billings, that we're providing some revenue for you folks. And it would very much be appreciated if you would put a sales tax on up there. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. It is true that most of the motorhomes in Wyoming have Montana plates on them. I will say that. With that, I'm not seeing any more questions or comments. Our Montana friends, please stay with us if you wish. Wait, I've got a couple more. Are you waving goodbye, Representative Hallinan, or do you want to get the floor?
No, I had a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I think in view of the comment by Representative Pope that the tax could be increased to $40 or $20 a megawatt, I think it's very clear that we need to increase this tax right as of now. I think we need to have a bill that would allow us to increase the tax up to, say, at least $3 a megawatt and see if that would fly. And I think that's a significant increase, but it's still a small amount of the amount of tax that we could possibly impose. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Pope?
I just want to go on the record and say that I'm not proposing that. I just, I'm just looking at the margins that might be there, but we also, as we've spoken this hour, dealing with many other renewable energy projects across the West. So I'm not sure exactly if we're competing against natural gas pricing, in which case the comment was well taken. But my comment may have been out of place. Maybe we're competing against California, New Mexico, Oregon's renewable energy industries, and in which case that tax situation sort of goes away if you're arbitraging. But we'll keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pope, and thank you, Dr. Hallinan. We're going to hear lots of different public comment, and there are proposals. But clearly, we need to work with our friends up north. And I will say that another possibility that we could do quite quickly is to get rid of the exemption that is allowed for 3 years, and that would at least all the construction that's occurring now, we're not going to see any production tax from that for 3 years. So we might consider removing the exemption. It kind of fits with the governor and everybody talking about exemptions. But all right, now we've piddled away another 5 minutes. So come back at 2:55. Montana friends, you're welcome to stay with us and ask questions of the people testifying. See you at 2:55. Well, cool. I don't know what it is. Well, but that would be Hello, everyone. If we could start to gather, get back in our positions. I think everybody getting close to being ready. Okay, so I'm juggling a couple of screens and there'll probably be some fumbles, but Sean Taylor, I'm trying to tee you up to begin us, okay? And then I'm just going to go through my list. I know that there's a very large number of industry people, and we certainly understand your concerns and things. We'd hope that lots of people would not be repetitive and keep it as short as you can. So we want you to be heard. So I think I see Sean Taylor as a blue screen. Sean, are you ready? You're muted, Sean.
Yep. There we
Thank
go.
you.
How's that?
It's good. You go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sean Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. Here generally in opposition to an electric generation tax, which I'm sure doesn't surprise any of you. Without having a dollar figure or a specific proposal, it's a little difficult to say what kind of impact any type of generation tax would have on the members of the rural electric cooperatives. In general, we kind of feel we already are paying our fair share. That was brought up in earlier testimony. We pay retail sales tax. All of our members pay a retail sales tax on their utility bills. Our co-ops have to pay franchise fees to municipal areas where they operate. And so those are two taxes, if you will, that we're currently paying. Also, and I hate to use COVID as an example, I guess, but even pre-COVID, but also during COVID, we've seen load losses across the board. Thankfully, they're not to a critical point yet right now, but we could certainly see a path where that load loss would continue, which would obviously put upward pressure on our members' rates, and to then pile on another tax through the generation tax. Again, not knowing specifically what the proposal looks like, I hesitate to be too negative about it, but as you all might expect, we would generally oppose any type of additional tax on our members. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'll stick around for the rest of the day as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. We certainly appreciate it. Questions for Mr. Taylor? Thank you. Chris Brown, I'll admit you. We see you. You look like you're in a nicer place than we are. Nothing yet on the audio, but are you muted, Chris?
Oh, and so Chairman Case, when you tell them they're admitted, they don't actually hear you for about 20 seconds after you admit them. So it's a surprise to them when you're adding them in, because the YouTube feed's about 30 seconds behind us.
Well, thank you for my younger and more nobler and nimble co-chairman. I appreciate it. I'll try to do a little better job. I appreciate it. So I'll put on deck, I'll admit Mr. Fox, who's from an industry representative from Montana, and then second batter is Mr. Brown. And I'm sorry about the little fumble on my end. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Very good.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chris Brown, representing Powering Up Wyoming. We are a Wyoming grassroots organization focused on promoting renewable energy as part of an all-of-the-above energy strategy in Wyoming. And Mr. Chairman, we stand opposed to the continued discussion and proposals increasing the taxes on renewable energy in Wyoming. We certainly understand the very difficult position the committee is in trying to generate revenue for the state during these historically challenging financial times. But the renewable energy industry, Mr. Chairman, is well positioned to play an important role in diversifying and adding additional revenues to the state's jobs and state's overall economic picture. As an example, earlier today, we heard this morning that Carbon County experienced second quarter year-over-year growth of taxable sales by approximately 18% due to wind energy development there. There has been more than $3 billion worth of capital investment from wind energy in Wyoming through 2019 and more than 500 direct industry jobs created. But Mr. Chairman, something that you've heard over the last handful of years that we've had this conversation is that the industry is seeking a stable business environment to stay competitive. Wind power generation alone has has shouldered 2 tax increases in the past 10 years. Of course, we added the generation tax in 2010, and then the industry's sales and use tax exemption was removed in 2009, both of which took place in 2012. As well, Mr. Chairman, to the best of our knowledge, in the Western grid, we're the only state that has wind pay all 3 taxes: sales and use, property, and generation. And it's our perspective, Mr. Chairman, that more taxation on electricity isn't going to equate to more revenue for Wyoming, but rather a stable and competitive business environment will result in increased investments being made, which would of course result in more local and state tax generation, which we direly need right now. Mr. Chairman, I understand that there isn't any one industry that is going to equate to the economic contribution that our coal, oil, and gas industries have, but it's our perspective that utility scale wind power generation and solar are poised to help complement Wyoming's energy portfolio and provide a significant non-mineral long-term benefit to our overall economic picture, Mr. Chairman. And so we hope that the committee today will not advance another electric generation bill to be considered in this session. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Questions for Mr. Brown? I see Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, who are you representing?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Connolly, Powering Up Wyoming representative. It is a new grassroots organization here in the state promoting an all of the above energy portfolio for Wyoming, specifically promoting and supporting renewable energy, wind and solar.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so wind, solar, hydro, I did not expect you in this position.
Mr. Brown.
Chairman and Representative Connolly focused on wind, solar, and storage.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Do you still have your other job?
Of course I do, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Remind us, just to put it in perspective, who else do you work for? And I'm not trying to connect anything. It helps people to understand a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Chairman, for the last 9 sessions, I've represented hospitality and tourism, a variety of other clients. With COVID, I've been consolidating my business down by the end of the year to focus just on hospitality and tourism and my new client, Powering Up Wyoming.
All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fox, welcome from Montana. Show us your screen. I hope you can hear us and you're unmuted, and welcome. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Jeff Fox with Renewable Northwest. First, I just want to make sure that you can hear me all right.
Very good on my end. I think everybody's nodding.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee today. So thank you for making that possible for a Montanan like me to join you. I am the Montana Policy Manager for Renewable Northwest. We are a nonprofit advocacy organization that works on behalf of to further wind and solar development primarily. Our members are large renewable energy companies and the associated businesses, and we also have ratepayer and environmental organization membership as well.
Mr. Fox, pardon me for interrupting. If I could have just a moment for slight housekeeping, I need to, because people are listening to this on a different platform, they're kind of delayed between us. So I just like to put up that Nate Blowen, I'll admit you now, and so you can start getting ready. And then after that, I'll admit Ann Brand, okay? I'm very sorry, Mr. Fox. I didn't mean to do that. I should have done that before you started. Go ahead.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So I just wanted to provide you with a little bit of background on the Montana renewable development scene, and just provide with you some of our perspective. So I joined Renewable Northwest in 2011, and I've been working on helping Montana to develop its renewable energy export product ever since. Largely, we've focused on being able to reutilize the Colstrip transmission system, which carries the coal power from Colstrip, Montana out to the West Coast, and make sure that we could utilize that to deliver wind energy. And the first thing I wanted to point out is that we have been unsuccessful in that to date. There is not a single project based in Montana operating today that delivers wind energy as an export to the West Coast states. And the reason for that is really that that we have transmission hurdles that we need to overcome in order to get to those West Coast states. And that's a really big impediment to the development of renewables, and any additional costs placed on the development of renewables here in Montana further pushes out our ability to export clean energy to the West Coast. So the future really is uncertain. It's hyper competitive, and it's very dynamic. As you're aware, the energy industry is changing all the time, including energy storage, which is coming along and making leaps and bounds in terms of its cost competitiveness. And as that technology becomes more competitive, it sort of undermines Montana's, and I would say Wyoming's, inherent advantage to delivering clean energy to West Coast states when they need it. So our competition, or at least my view of Montana's competition for delivering clean energy, isn't so much with Wyoming as it is with the states that procure that energy to begin with: Oregon and Washington, California. Those states really have an opportunity, or are trying to develop as much of their own clean energy resources as possible, and energy storage makes that more possible. Nonetheless, we are bullish that we'll start to get some good development happening in Montana soon. We heard some about some projects around Colstrip that might be able to do that. But again, the ratepayers on the other end of this are cost sensitive. And so increasing taxes is of concern to us. I also wanted just to mention one project that I'm surprised hasn't come up yet, and that's the Pryor Mountain Wind Farm in southern Carbon County. It's a 240 megawatt project, and it is located right on the border with
That's
Wyoming.
just to be clear, Carbon County, Montana.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Carbon County, we got one Montana.
Too. Yeah, very nice.
Go ahead.
Yes, so it's a 240 megawatt wind farm. It's located in Montana. It's under construction now, and it is a great project for Montana's Carbon County. And I think the circumstances around that project are somewhat unique. I don't think that Montana really is in a position to steal a lot of market share from Wyoming, basically because of the configuration of the transmission system. In this particular case, this is a project that I believe interconnects to a PacifiCorp substation just 1 mile across the border into Wyoming. It was a project that was under development for a number of years. At first as a PURPA project, and if you're familiar with QF facilities, and then later found a corporate off-taker in Facebook. And perhaps that project was attracted to Montana because of our preferential tax treatment, at least in comparison to Wyoming. But I don't think that it represents a long-term threat. And I do want to emphasize that it is almost undoubtedly going to be the largest taxpayer in that county. Most places where wind farms go in, the wind farms in Montana become the largest taxpayer. And it is good for local resilience. And so I know that my Montana legislators are interested in this conversation, and I am too, and I welcome the fact that we're having it, but I also know that they're going to approach this with an eye towards what's best for Montana, and increasing our renewable energy development in rural Montana counties is really important to the future of Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure. And I want to thank you for calling me a couple of days ago, and we could link up before, and that was very courteous and professional. Questions for Mr. Fox from the Mr. Co-Chairman. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure it's a question as much as just a suggestion, because many of us do follow the Wyoming legislator Twitter feed. And I don't believe, Mr. Fox, any of us seriously asked Montana to implement a sales tax. So when you Twitter tag on us, I would appreciate a little more professionalism. Thank you.
Ouch. Well, actually, I wish you would. I would seriously ask. But anyway, that's a good point, and we're doing our best, you know. Thank you, Mr. Fox. You're welcome to reply to that.
It's a fair point, Representative. I'll be more careful in the future. I took it as a serious suggestion, and I apologize if it was not. A sales tax in Montana is highly controversial.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Dr. Hallinan, Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask Mr. Fox, how much of the cost of electricity in Washington State is impacted by a $1 increase in the tax that we submit from Wyoming or from anywhere?
Go ahead, Mr. Fox, if you can.
Yeah, if I'm following the question correctly, Representative and Mr. Chairman, the impact really is on its face. If it's a $1 per megawatt hour tax, and of course it'll increase the ultimate cost to consumers on the other end by $1 per megawatt. And that is significant when you are talking about an environment that is hyper competitive and wind farms signing deals for as little as $20 a megawatt hour. I mean, that's a 5% increase over a hypothetical project at $20 a megawatt hour. That's a pretty low price project, by the way, but it is something that we've seen here in Montana. We have a wind farm that's delivering to Northwestern Energy for $22 a megawatt hour. So when you're talking about those kinds of prices, that's a sizable percentage impact.
Great, thank you, Mr. Fox. Anybody else on the committee? Because I have a couple of questions, if it's okay. Mr. Fox, I'm very grateful that you're here. You mentioned, of course, transmission, and I think we very much understand that issue in Wyoming. For several years, most of a decade, folks told us that our putting in our tax killed the wind industry in Wyoming, and they could show that there were no new projects happening in Wyoming for quite a spell. And it was pretty close to after we put our tax in. And people associated this as saying, well, look, the Wyoming tax killed the wind industry in Wyoming. We heard it over and over and over. And then lo and behold, we've had some opportunities with respect to transmission come about. And I assume that with your large coal-fired plants in Montana, like our plants in Wyoming, those previously exported power outside of your state. So there is a transmission network that connects to those large plants. And what our friends at Rocky Mountain Power, a very prominent, good utility, they don't serve so much in Montana, but they have resources there. As those coal plants have been repurposed, especially one of the very biggest ones in the West, actually, it's Jim Bridger Power Plant. It's more than 2,000 megawatts. It has a tremendous transmission capability going west to serve the loads that it's already served. And as that coal power is not needed, or perhaps is cycled more to follow wind power, that's created an opportunity for that transmission line to be opened up for delivering wind. But of course, it needed to be extended into the more windier regions in Wyoming. And so that's actually been accomplished. And we are seeing this enormous demand and quite a queue and lots of construction. I think you probably saw the data earlier. So it's quite a rush to establish wind now, where before there was none. And the key point was transmission. It wasn't our tax. That seems to be very clear. And so with that, you must have the same situations with respect to large amounts of transmission going to coal plants that can be repurposed for wind. You must be facing that. I can't imagine that you're not. Could you help me with that?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. So in Montana, we have really seen a bit of a roller coaster in terms of wind energy development in the state. We've had steady growth, but we have not had a big boom in wind energy yet. And I go back to when I first joined with Renewable Northwest again, or in that 2008, 2012 period, we had nearly 10 gigawatts of wind energy stacking up in the queue. Maybe not quite that much, but it was a lot of wind energy stacking up in the queue. And of course, there were plans for whole new 500 kV export lines out of Montana. Those didn't come to pass, and the opportunities to do that export never developed. Now, again, we're seeing more wind energy stacking up in the queue. So I think there's first thing I just want to point out is something you already know, which is that anytime you see wind energy in a queue, it's not a sure thing that that wind energy is going to get built. It's still has to compete in the marketplace and win market share. And so now we have a lot more wind energy coming into the queue, and there's opportunity to repurpose coal transmission in order to deliver it. But again, we are competing with homegrown energy in the states that we're trying to export to. So that's just the reality, and we have yet to be successful in getting them to be interested in and take Montana wind. Although again, I think that we're likely to get there in the near future. I'm bullish on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. And just a couple more. Mr. Fox, you mentioned that the West Coast consumers that are taking our power now and will be taking, we hope will be taking wind power in the future and solar power, that they're very price sensitive and that there are competitive alternatives. Can I ask you more of a environmental opportunity cost competition kind of question, in the sense that, do you think the people of Washington, Oregon would rather see wind turbines in their own state, or would they rather have them out of sight and out of mind in Montana and Wyoming and be able to enjoy the power? I guess I'm trying to make the connection is they're price sensitive, but are they sensitive to the landscape and environmental impacts that they are causing to our great states?
I think it's an excellent question. I think Washington and Oregon in particular have proven that they're friendly to wind energy development and would like to see it. They have, where Montana doesn't even yet have a gigawatt, I believe Washington and Oregon, between the two of them, have 10 gigawatts of wind development. I think that the notion is somewhat more supported perhaps in California, where we have seen that environmental permitting is much more difficult. And I think that adds to our opportunity, frankly, to be able to play there. So yes, I think that those kinds of issues, those land use issues, can create a differentiating factor between states. In Montana, we have quite a friendly permitting regime for wind energy, and yet we've had no problems and basically, few complaints. And I guess the last thing, I also would say that I think that those West Coast utilities are often have a certain political economy motivation to locating facilities within their state. When you can talk to a landowner that is, when you can talk to a legislator that might be passing policy that affects your utility, and you can talk to them about having a wind farm or a solar farm in their community, it's a little bit of a different conversation, or at least it tends to get their ears more. And when you put that outside of the state, I think that lessens those utilities' power a little bit. So I've often thought that it is actually something that another obstacle that Montana has to overcome and Wyoming has to overcome in order to develop our resources for export.
Thank you so much. I wonder myself, I think people, especially our West Coast friends, have done such a wonderful job of expressing their concern and turning their concern for the environment and global warming into action. And I'm very proud of them. It's amazing. They've influenced their governments to implement renewable portfolio standards, all to deal with the externalities of carbon emissions and fossil fuels. Of course, coal, your state and my state, we're the #1 public enemy #1 on that. But could it be possible that they might also have the same concerns about the large landscape and environmental impacts of renewable development that maybe they're disconnected about understanding? And it's very easy to become disconnected about those impacts when the development is not in your state. And it's in Western states that have these vistas that have not been touched overwhelmingly. Do you think there will be increasing concern from folks about what their impacts are, like happened with greenhouse gases? And if that is true, wouldn't they feel better paying a little bit more, knowing they're compensating our two great states for the impacts they're causing?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether they would feel better or not, but I am. I could see them being concerned with development in other states. That's for sure. That being said, just to tie maybe the thread back here on the Revenue Committee to taxes, one thing that I really appreciate about Montana's approach is that we empower local county commissioners to make the decision about whether or not they grant a tax abatement for these facilities. And so we really give that power directly to the local community that's affected. And by and large, what we see is that these communities want these facilities and are happy to grant the tax abatement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fox. It's actually been a great pleasure. Very professional. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Fox? Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Chairman. And again, my apologies, Representative Zoen, Representative Z, and it's a fair point. So thank you.
And Representative Zawanaser is the chairman of the House Revenue Committee. So he's the co-chairman. We take turns running the meeting.
Thank you.
So, next on the list, I believe, Mr. Blowen, am I saying your name right? Blowing in the wind. I don't mean to make a pun, but please, I believe it's Nate Blowen. Please correct me if I butchered your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're close. It's Bluen.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I apologize, and I apologize for the joke.
Apology accepted. I've gotten far worse in my time, so I appreciate that.
Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the policy manager for the Interwest Energy Alliance. Interwest is the regional trade association representing some of the world's largest utility scale wind, solar, and storage companies in the development and manufacturing sectors. Interwest understands the difficulty Wyoming faces as our economy begins to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and the renewable energy industry is poised to contribute. With some of the strongest renewable resources in the West, Wyoming stands to benefit from development of regional electricity markets and transmission that allows the state to serve load centers around the West to supplement local resources. But in the market for renewable energy, Wyoming is not unique. Wyoming is not the only state that can supply these benefits to Western customers. It is a false narrative that the costs of increasing the taxes on Wyoming renewables will be borne by customers in places like Oregon and California. To Representative Connolly's point earlier on, these states have high renewable energy standards that will demand additional capacity as their incremental targets kick in. And as Representative Sweeney pointed out, Wyoming is competing against states like New Mexico, Colorado, Montana, and even Utah to supply the region. And load-serving entities will purchase power from the cheapest provider. New Mexico wind is comparable to that of Wyoming, but New Mexico has superior solar and is enthusiastically supporting the development of both renewables and transmission to access the market. Wyoming resources can certainly compete with the likes of New Mexico on a level playing field, but the current tax structure has Wyoming projects facing an uphill battle. The industry already pays 3 taxes: sales, property, and generation, while New Mexico and other states incentivize renewables through favorable bonding and tax treatment. Wyoming's generation tax disincentivizes development. The University of Wyoming's Robert Godby links incentives and capacity development in a given state, adding that a tax is an equivalent disincentive. New Mexico wind already costs 10% less than Wyoming, and additional taxes will compound that effect. Wyoming wind is in demand, but New Mexico provides a similar product and high likelihood of development, with strong state support to be a leading renewable power exporter. The state's Renewable Energy Transmission Authority just released a study projecting 2,000 megawatts each of wind and solar constructed per year over the next decade, most of which will be exported to the states that Wyoming projects are competing for. But New Mexico does not face the specter of burdensome taxes and regulations seen here. It creates a market for renewable energy that will entice developers away from Wyoming if the current trajectory persists. In response to Representative Hallinen's question earlier on, a tax increase only brings in additional revenue to the state if projects continue to be built. Continuing to raise taxes will do the opposite. This is an elastic market, and developers will find another place to build. It will be a net negative as Wyoming loses the renewable industry to competitors. Further taxation of renewable energy devalues Wyoming resources today and deters future investments. Developers are eager to break ground on new projects in states that present a stable and equitable tax and regulatory regime. If the goal of a tax on renewable energy is to raise revenues for the state of Wyoming, the counterbalancing effect of disinvestment must also be weighed. As Dr. Godbee stated to the committee last year, reduced economic activity can also reduce tax revenues such that they are lower than before the new tax was implemented. Our members are excited to do more business in the state and to continue building strong relationships with landowners, stock growers, conservationists, county governments, and other stakeholders as we contribute to a diverse Wyoming economy. But we can only do this if we can build projects competitively. We thank you for the opportunity to appear today and ask for fair consideration that merely levels the playing field for energy producers and allows us to bring to market a product that is in high demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bluin. Questions for Mr. Bluin? And just a housekeeping moment, if you don't mind. I'm going to, next up to the talk will be Ann Brand, and then I will be admitting Stephanie Williams, followed by Scott Norris to the waiting room. Okay, so you can kind of, if you're listening on YouTube, it's coming your way. So Ann Brand is already with us and will be next up. So questions for Mr. Bluin. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a question. I was kind of wondering, can you give us a, how does this talking about this year after year affect businesses thinking about coming to Wyoming? I would assume they're very reluctant to even talk.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, thank you. Thanks for the question. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's just a deterrent from year to year. It's facing that uncertainty for business is huge. I think that's what other states have done really well, is just create some sort of certainty and market that really allows developers and other folks to come in and know what's going to happen a few years down the line. And that's very important as they're developing a business plan.
Representative Larson.
Yes, thank you for the follow-up. What do private people, where they putting these projects on, what do they get out of these? I mean, I hear around $10,000 per year on a tower. Is that reasonable?
Mr.
Bluin.
Larson, thank you. Yeah, that's not my area of expertise. I would leave that. I think we'll probably have some developers on the line later on, so I would defer to them on that question.
Okay. Anybody else for Mr. Bluin? Anybody else for Mr. Bluin? Mr. Bluin, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. Ms. Brand, welcome. I hope you can see us, and you're on mute, so you have to find the unmute, and you would have the floor. There you go. I think you're ready. Go ahead. Welcome.
I wanted to reach out to all of you today as a fourth generation Wyoming woman business owner. I feel there's a renewable energy push that's never been experienced in our nation, in particular in Wyoming, and I feel that it's run amok because of COVID-19 and federal tax incentives. So I'd like to address some of the questions that were posed a few minutes ago. I have been told in my community what a renewable project that I'm facing will generate in income, and by the developer that has been cut in half to 5.4 million recently in a presentation, a sales presentation pretty much, to my Rotary Club. And I want to draw attention to the fact that my husband's technology business generates over half that just in payroll alone, and he occupies a fraction of the square footage, and he is totally green and attracts people to Laramie, Wyoming. I would like to point out that I feel that these projects are a loss of natural areas And they're a massive loss of ecosystems that produce biodiversity, and tourism is the #1 driver in my state. And I look as a business owner and I say, if I'm investing, what's my portfolio bringing back to me, and shouldn't I diversify? So being told that my economy is going to go down if I look at taxing the wind industry, I don't think so. I encourage all of you to consider removing that 3-year tax exemption incentive. Wyoming's very desirable right now and will remain so, regardless of what you're being told. And I feel that regulations are changing every day, and we're behind in addressing new technologies. Renewable energy companies with little to no track record are targeting my county. These companies are only 2 years old and have no successful projects completed. I consider that a concern. I feel that Wyoming has an opportunity to slow down haphazard development and encourage good development. I am pro-renewable. There are over 3 projects in my county that produce over 80 megawatts in my county alone currently. I want us to break the cycle of raping and pillaging Wyoming energy for out-of-state profiteers. I want to see how it's going to profit Wyomingites. Let's put Wyoming first and generate some income for us. It's hard to attract people to my husband's software company if we don't have prudent urban planning as well as rural planning. It's time for us to know our powerful position and to stop rolling over for low monetary gain just because somebody from out of state says we're going to lose the golden nugget. I think we're all educated enough to pull back and know how much our worth is. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you here. Questions for Ms. Brand? Questions for Ms. Brand? Okay. Ms. Brand, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I know you're in quite a fight down there in Laramie, so good luck to you, okay? Thank you for testifying to us.
Thank you.
All right, I think, is it Stephanie Williams? Would you like to speak next? And then we'll go to Mr. Norris. I'll do some more housekeeping after that, but Ms. Williams, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thanks for having me, Senator Case and Representative Longfire. Interjex Renewables is the owner of Boswell Winds Project, a 320 megawatt project located in Albany County. Should we be successful in a recent RFP, we would provide Albany County with $1.8 million per year for up to 30 years, which would very much diversify that county from lost payroll taxes during recessions like the one right now. So the total contribution to that county over a 30-year period would be $54 million. So I would like to make the statement that this is a diversification strategy. It's like an annuity. It is good for Wyoming, and you need to look at all sides of an issue. We have been continuously challenged by uncertain regulatory environment in the state. This interim hearing is our 3rd government intervention since we acquired the project in 2018. We're a company who owns and operates project. We will be here 30 years. So continuous government actions threaten to make our investment in Wyoming unfinanceable at current pricing. The state of Wyoming has an opportunity to be a leader in wind energy. To do so, there needs to be discipline exercised by elected officials with regard to promoting stable policy. The continual effort to levy multiple taxes on a single business sends a signal to financial markets, making it very hard for us to get a mortgage on our project. So the way these projects work is, for example, if you were to get a home, purchase a home, and you have to go out and get a 30-year mortgage on your home. And all of a sudden the state legislature introduces a bill that says they're going to triple or 4 times your property tax. That makes it really difficult for the mortgage provider to give you a price on your loan monthly and difficult for you to qualify for a home. We are in that same situation. So we're a global leader in with over 1,000 megawatts of operating wind and solar projects in the United States. as we told you last year during a similar hearing, PacifiCorp has announced and solicited to procure 1,920 megawatts of new renewable energy in a competitive bid, which we have applied for as of, it ended on August 10th, 2020. So Boswell has participated in the solicitation and will provide significant investment and employment benefits to the state. These economic benefits are predicated upon stable policy, no policy changes during the terms we proposed this month with our project. Boswell Wind Projects is estimated to provide 250 well-paying jobs with a total labor compensation of $16 million over a 2-year period. In addition, the project for its lifetime will provide 10 full-time and 5 specialty contractor year-round jobs, which would be created for 30 years, the length of the project. We do not understand why in past years and today that Wyoming legislature is willing to allow legislative activity to send uncertain signals to financial markets. The project will provide precious long-term tax revenue that can help restart your economy when you are missing those kinds of things like payroll taxes and sales taxes. It's an annuity for 30 years. You want a balance in your state. You don't want to depend on one kind of revenue. This is something that if you had right now, Albany County would have $2.2 million a year to keep their state budget running. So we're just asking for certainty. If you could consider some kind of a policy that stabilizes this yearly meeting that I get to attend since 2018 about the taxes you're going to put on wind, and just let our projects develop and see the value we're going to bring because of what we're doing. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Questions for Ms. Williams? Any questions for Ms. Williams? Senator Beitman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More of a comment to Ms. Williams. It's not just wind that deals with market uncertainty. Unfortunately, in Wyoming, we're very good at doing this to oil, gas, and coal, and everybody else in this state. Large retailers are facing it. Every business in Wyoming has been facing it. We've got to stop. We got to make our decision one way or the other. We're going to be business friendly or we're not. Make the decision and go with it. And
that is exactly what I'm asking you today.
Yeah, wait, through the chair. Through the chair.
That's all I wanted to say, and I feel for you.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Williams. Let's go through the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Case. Yes, I mean, we just want to get the project financed. I mean, if you could, you know, it's one thing to consider things, do reports, but this constant 3 megawatt hour, I mean, that kills our project. So, I mean, you sending the financial entities information that hurts a company that's not just coming in your state to develop a project, but it's going to be in your state, live in your state, have employees in your state, and be there for 30 years, if not more. So welcome those new people who want to come in and stay, not just develop and leave, and make it so we can finance our projects for 30 years.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other questions for Ms. Williams? Thank you very much. Mr. Norris, you'll be next, but before I call on you, I want to let Mr. Haynes, Spencer Haynes, I'll be admitting you, so you'll be going up after Mr. Norris. I hope I'm doing okay on this blow by blow, you guys. It's kind of difficult with all these screens. But Mr. Norris, now I've lost you in the picture. There you are. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Case. My name is Scott Norris. I'm the business manager of the operating engineers. We represent the equipment operators in Wyoming, the crane operators, the dozer operators, the motor grader operators, those type of people. And I'm here to oppose the new tax. I spoke once before, and I believe last time I spoke with you guys, I was doing a little medication and I couldn't really get my thoughts together. And I apologize for that. That was kind of my fault for even going forward. But one of the things I'd like to remind the council is we have our industrial siting council. The permitting process just through the industrial siting council is another cost for these developers. The industrial siting council, which I just noticed watching today, they I thought we were unique in that they always gave the funds for the economic impacts and social impacts to the communities around them. And I guess Montana's starting to do that now too. So we have the Industrial Siting Council. We have our transmission lines that these wind power companies need to build or at least have access to. And yes, when Jim Bridger shuts down its units, Pacific Core will have access to those lines. But right now we don't have access to those lines. Pacific Core has not shut down units 1 and 2. So we have to find a way to get that power out of here. That's another cost for these wind turbine developers. When they go to do a power purchase agreement, they have to add all this stuff in. And as been stated quite a few times, it's a uber competitive market. So any little added value to the cost of the project has to be added in, which I'm sure everybody knows that. They discussed that building that wind turbine project across the Montana border. That's just 2 miles north of the border. You can see Franny, Wyoming from there. If I'm not mistaken on the one that they're talking about, I thought the name of it was the Mud Springs wind farm. But and I'm sure I'm wrong on this, but my understanding was the Mud Springs farm was going to be a $550 million farm. So I'm not sure what the Montana senators were talking about with the $220 million farm that's just across the border. And I don't know how many of you guys remember when the coal markets were, Powder River coal was in the 70s and early 80s, where we were vying for the markets. I was working up there in the coal mines, and we were always told, and I'm not 100% sure this is true, but we were always told that the business climate of Wyoming was such that they were going to put the coal mines in Wyoming and not in Montana. And that's the type of environment we should be looking for, an environment that the wind developers want to come here, want to build their wind farms, just like we did when the Powder River Basin coal was being developed. So in closing, I would like to say that I feel like we've added a lot of conversation to this in the fact that we've been over this and we've been over this and we've been over this. I feel like we should move on past the wind tax and start building a portfolio of what we can do to attract these businesses. My neighbor next door to me is a young couple. They have 3 kids. He was working for Halliburton. When the oil crashed, he didn't know what he was going to do. He finally got a job working on a wind farm in Carbon County. He drives from Casper, Wyoming to Shirley Basin every day. If he wouldn't have got that job, he probably would have moved back to Colorado where he's from. These are the things that we got to consider when we're talking about adding a tax to these projects. So in closing, I want to say that I do oppose the wind turbine tax, that I do feel like it is hurting our ability to be competitive in the Western market. That's all I have, Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norris. We really appreciate you coming here today. Questions for Mr. Norris from the committee and our Montana friends? Questions for Mr. Norris? Mr. Norris, I want to point, there's one thing, the power line that connects to Jim Bridger, Mr. Norris, it's actually not an either or thing. And the fact that units 1 and 2 haven't gone down yet, of course, they're going to go down. We all know that. But it turns out that the coal plants are being operated in an amazing way. It is a testament to the Rocky Mountain Power, their engineers, and how they're doing it. But they actually ramp the power from the coal facility up and down to match the wind. So that in effect, we actually have steady power leaving the state on that line, in part because of the engineers and the people running those plants that have taken something that, and I've been in the utility industry all my professional career. But they have taken something that conventional wisdom 25 years ago was that there is no way that you can take a coal-fired power plant and track load. It cannot be done. And they have proven that it can be. And it's amazing. And you can watch, and it's just every few minutes they can adjust the factors for that plant's output up or down. And they do it based on forecasts for the entire the weather patterns, electricity demand, giant computers, inputs coming in from all over the West. It would blow your mind to see how they do it. But it actually shows that the coal plant is a very complementary piece of making wind work, and that transmission, when wind is blowing 100%, that plant is just about at zero. It takes them a little bit of time to get there, but they're able to get that. So actually, that transmission line is really fully available. In fact, it's more than available because it's made more steady by that coal plant. And that's a misnomer. And I'm not defending coal. I'm just going to tell everybody, though, that having very big generators in our power grid has a lot of benefits because they act as gigantic flywheels on an intermittent system. So you're kind of off base on whether that transmission is available or not. And I know the same thing's happening in Montana. The other thing that I might like to ask you about, you're all talked about uncertainty, and why do we keep coming back to this? And please stop. We just want to be certain. And, you know, I certainly can understand that, but Wyoming is not certain now. We are in the most uncertain place perhaps in our history. And unfortunately, the decision to consider taxes on electricity, it didn't really come out of this commission. It was assigned to this committee as our second priority by the leadership, some of which are members serving on this committee. And so it's not all Kel Case's fault that we're doing this again, although I'll take some credit for it. I certainly will, because I think it's important and we need to. But it is assigned by our leadership because of the importance of it. And as part of that, we've had these discussions for a few years now. I'm looking at our Wyoming landscapes and I'm seeing wind development that I've never seen before to a very greater extent. So explain to me exactly how the uncertainty is slowing this down, because I think you saw our staff's presentation about a tripling of wind in construction right now. So that doesn't seem to be too slowed down by our uncertainty. And I certainly give you the chance to comment on that. But these are big things for Wyoming, and we're making big decisions in our history. And you're welcome to comment, Mr. Norris, or you're welcome to pass. It's up to you. But
Mr. Case, or Senator Case, I'd like to comment on a couple of those.
Go ahead.
On the Jim Bridger power plant, I agree they can up and down the turbines and the electricity output as they see fit. And it's taken a while for them to get to that point, but they still have to keep the boilers as hot as they always do, because it's steam and you can't cool down a boiler and heat up a boiler very quick. It takes a long time. So as using the generators to supplement the power, they're still burning as much coal as they were before to keep the boilers warm or hot, producing steam.
Actually, Mr. Norris, they use less coal, and they've ramped the coal input up, and it happens every 5 or 10 minutes. So if it's spinning hot, it's not using as much coal or as much water as if it was under load. And you can check that out, and I'll be subject to check, but it is, that's why Jim Bridger's kept going, but we have seen an enormous reduction in the amount of coal burned at the plant, which is translated into an enormous reduction in the amount of taxes we get. So I'm going to challenge you on that.
Okay, and that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
It's been explained to me quite a bit different than what you explained it. And I haven't worked in the utility business. I've helped build several power plants, and
you bet.
So that's where I'm getting my information from the guys who work at the power plant. And as far as the stability goes, and that we keep getting on this same subject that you spoke about, I agree that we're in a very critical time. But as far as being a critical time, we also have to understand that if we don't provide a place for our young people to work and everybody else that was in the oil patch and in the coal industry, then we will lose those people. And it's happened time and again. I've been a resident of Wyoming since 1963. I've watched the boom and bust cycle as everybody else has. And most of the people that come here and work, when the job's over, they just leave. Well, there's a lot of people staying this time because they don't want to go to a different state. They don't want to go back to where they're from. They don't like the places. They like Wyoming. But if we don't provide them that stability to have a job, or at least the hope of a job, then we won't have our income from property taxes for the houses. I'm sure you're around in the 80s when the economy crashed and there was houses all over Wyoming for sale. That was a pretty dark time for Wyoming also. So I feel like if we could provide that stability, I feel like we would have those type of things, you know. And also, ever since I've been involved in Wyoming, all I've ever heard is diversify, diversify, diversify. And I feel like the wind energy is a diversification that will be here a long time and have a good long revenue stream. But if we don't get our share of it, we won't have that revenue stream. The wind turbine industry is advancing. They can make power now where they couldn't make it 5 years ago. They're replacing generators out there in Shirley Basin that are less than 5 years old because the new generators and the new blades are capable of producing power at a lower wind. So if Oregon wants to build some wind turbines, they have mostly private land. So the people don't look at it the same way we look at it here in Wyoming. Wyoming, we have mostly BLM or state or federal lands. So that looks like our land. Out there, they're looking at it as that's private land that wind farm's on. So you can't really compare that either, in the fact that, you know, do they really want those wind turbines out there? Well, they don't look at it the same way as we do. I've got friends out there that farm on hillsides where you have to have self-leveling tractors. And so I think we're missing the point of we got to compare apples to apples. We can't compare our wind and our views of the countryside to Oregon's or Washington's views of the countryside and their wind. So I disagree with some of the stuff that you talked about, Mr. Senator Case.
Well, I'm grateful for your testimony, and if I just cut you off, I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't.
Thank you very much for slugging with us here, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else have a question for Mr. Norris? If not, Mr. Norris, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Haynes, and then I think probably is it Mr. Malm. I'm going to admit you. It's Gunnar Malm. I'll be admitting you, and you'll have to get off the YouTube, which has a lab, and you'll be in our meeting. So I'm going to admit you now. And Mr. Haynes, welcome. To you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Case. Can you hear me okay?
Very well.
Great.
Very well.
And Chairman Zwansitzer, thank you for having me and the rest of the committee members. My name is Spencer Haynes. I work at Duke Energy. I'm the managing director of renewable energy policy for our commercial business, which develops wind and solar farms around the country. We started out our wind business here in Wyoming some years ago in Converse County and Laramie County. We operate just about 370 megawatts of projects, which contribute to the local economy and to the local landowners. And we're really proud of those projects. They're some of the very best we have in our entire fleet. Duke Energy is a diversified utility. We're in 7 states with a franchise electric and gas business. We have nuclear plants, we have coal plants, we have gas plants. We have some of the, if I may say, some of the coolest pump storage facilities in the world in South Carolina. We're building a lot of combustion turbines to balance a growing amount of solar that's coming on our grid in North Carolina. And we're investing in batteries. It's a challenging time for the utility industry, but it's also a challenging time for all these states that we operate in. I've been listening for a couple hours, and I really appreciate the camaraderie that Wyoming and Montana are showing each other as you think through ways to attract revenue to your state and investment to your state. So just wanted to applaud you for that. And when I've appeared before this committee in the past, I've talked about Duke's investments across the country. We have invested about $3 billion in wind and solar and storage since the wind tax was put in place in Wyoming. We have also seen incredible amount of competition since 2010 in the wind and the solar industries. So I just looked up the numbers earlier today, but I was just looking at the average price of wind back in 2010, and it was about on average, so this is going to vary, but it was about $71 a megawatt hour. I think that's probably about right. In 2018, that price was about $42. So that's dropping almost half. And I'm sure it got a lot of folks' attention in Southern Wyoming or Colorado when Xcel announced contracts in the $20 range just recently. So there's just there is a lot of competition. There's a couple things that are going on there. One is that as industries reach scale, costs come down. That's one thing. The second thing I think is that technology is improving. Turbines are getting taller, without a doubt. They're also getting more efficient, and the blades are getting longer. So those three components are really leading to kind of a smaller footprint, which may lead to lower revenues for ranchers and other landowners that are benefiting from wind farms. And I think we really agree with you, Senator Case. It is a green future. It's a low carbon future. We're always going to have coal and nuclear and gas on our grid. And we have looked to really diversify our portfolio into wind and solar over the last 10 or 12 years. And I think we've done that pretty well. It's a business we try and make money at. And it's one that's complicated by federal tax credit policy, which I know you mentioned at a great deal of length earlier. Those tax credits were scheduled to phase out, as you mentioned. And the US Treasury just extended those tax credits for one more year because of all of the COVID issues that we were all impacted by. And I will tell you, we're building a 400 megawatt wind farm in Oklahoma, and we had all sorts of shipping delays for equipment coming in. So I thought the 1 year extension did help the industry quite a bit. I'm here to just talk to you a little bit about, one, we oppose the electricity generation tax proposals, but I will have to say that I think you all have a difficult challenge to try and strike the right balance of how to attract investment into your state. I don't have a good answer for that, but I just wanted to share a little bit of a window into what our customers are asking for. In 2008, we signed one of our first PPAs with a corporation as a company by the name of Walmart. And they signed a virtual PPA with us. It was the very first one in the country. We probably taught Walmart more than we should have because they put a lot of pressure on us suppliers to lower our cost so they could continue to buy more and more wind. And as we've seen more of those PPAs getting bought by our corporate customers, we've seen prices go down significantly. Last year, about 5.9 gigawatts of virtual PPAs were signed by what we call corporate PPAs. And we've had to do that as well. So we've signed contracts with Sprint, with AT&T, with Ball Corporation. And it is a real driver. And those companies don't necessarily have to be located within a certain state, although some of them prefer to have that power located exactly where they're doing business. But they're greening up their portfolio and they're diversifying their energy mix because that's what their customers want. So I do think that's an interesting piece because it's new. It's new in the last several years. Even though Walmart was signing PPAs 10 years ago, the extent to which wind projects are now being sold, the power from those projects are being sold to corporate customers has really upped the game of all of us to try and provide a lower and lower cost product to compete. So I think it's a challenge. I think it's something to be aware of. And as you all are looking at this, because it's not something that was really contemplated when E3 did their studies 10 years ago. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify here, and I wish you all the very best in striking the right balance to attract investment to the great state of Wyoming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haynes. I have a lot of fondness for your company. One time in my life, I was a consultant working for the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, actually for a couple of years. And it was prior to California opening up their markets, but we could see it coming. And they had a nuclear power plant called Rancho Seco. And we were brought in to try to find a buyer for Rancho Seco nuclear power plant. And it was a type of nuclear plant that your company was very familiar with. And your company were excellent. You were looking seriously at buying that plant and being a competitive generator in Northern California. And I got to fly back to your boardroom. You had a fellow, I believe he was chairman of your board, named Doug Booth. And I got to know him very well. And you're just a great company. What happened to that nuclear power plant, by the way, is that the voters in Sacramento had a referendum to shut it down. And it might have made such a difference in the future of California, and your company would have been part of that. But I'm grateful, and I do think nuclear's got to, maybe that's our real hope for the future of smaller nuclear power plants, and I hope so. But too much editorializing, but you are a wonderful company, I will say that. And I wish you luck. Who would like to talk to Mr. Haynes? Representative Roscoe. Did I get you? You're muted, Representative. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haynes, I just thought you might know this question. It's kind of a little bit bigger thing, is that are these renewable portfolios in the West, on these Western states, do they have a staged, they have to accomplish a certain amount by a certain time, and how might they be doing on satisfying their portfolios? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Haynes, if you can answer that, maybe somebody else can, but you're welcome to.
Sure. I would say there are over 31 states that have enacted renewable portfolio standards. And I think that drove the market for a long time. That's not particularly what's driving the renewables market today. Price is driving the market today. And so we are all doing our level best to implement the best technology, which sometimes means larger turbines. Sometimes it means bigger projects, so you can get to scale. But I think that's a big takeaway. I appreciate that question, because renewable portfolio standards are not really driving the market anymore. It's really price.
Okay. Anybody else for Mr. Haynes? We okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Haynes. And before we go to you, Mr. Malm, I just want to do a little bit of telegraphing. I think we'll get I'll admit Ms. Choquette, and then there's someone online who is calling in by phone. You have a 317 prefix. I'll admit you next, and then I'll admit Mr. Darren, I believe it is. So just so you all know that you'll be admitted and shifting off of the YouTube channel. To you, Mr. Malm, Welcome. Is it Gunnar Malm? Do you hear us? Mr. Malm, I can see you. Are you not hearing us? Is my voice going elsewhere? Can you guys hear me? Not if you can. Okay. Mr. Malm? Looking for you. Yes, yes, welcome. Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sorry, having trouble with my earbuds. I'm Laramie County Commissioner Gunnar Malm, and I'm here to speak against the wind generation tax or an increase to the wind generation tax.
Time out. Time out. We're having trouble hearing you. And I don't think you can hear us at all. Is it possible for you to get some technical assistance on your end?
He can't hear you.
I know. Just, I'm gonna do a timeout for Mr. Malm and maybe we can fix it somehow. In the meantime, I'm gonna jump over him, and if somebody would help him, it'd be great. I think he might be in his office in Laramie County as a commissioner. So please, maybe somebody from the Commissioners Association can help with this or something. I'm throwing it out there. And Mr. Malm, keep working on it. We'll go to Ms. Choquette for right now, okay? Is that okay? Ms. Choquette, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I also have a few slides I want to share. So if it's okay, can I do the share screen function and get that set up?
I think so. I hope it's not a lot, but go ahead.
It is not. Can you see that screen okay?
No, we still see you.
Okay, let me try that again. Do you see it now?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Let me just move this over so I'm looking at the screen as much as possible. I took your words to heart, trying to make sure I'm providing new information and not old information. But first of all, for the record, my name is Kara Choquette. I work for two independent energy developers in Wyoming, Power Company of Wyoming, LLC, and Transwest Express, LLC. We're an independent power producer looking, as you've heard today, to compete and be selected in the very competitive renewable energy markets and create a new market opportunity for Wyoming. Before I get to my new information though, because there was a little bit of old information mentioned, I just really quickly wanted to say, again, for the record, we are not competing against Wyoming Powder River Basin coal. We're trying to create a whole new market and a whole new place for Wyoming electricity resource. A market that's not buying from Wyoming today. If we get the production tax credit that only lasts for 10 years, and we really need that to compete with other renewable energy developers in the market, that goes into lowering the price of power and helps us be competitive with those other entities. The generation tax, the 3-year period before the generation tax applies, that was very intentionally put in by the legislature. In 2009, the legislature had removed the sales and use tax exemption. In 2010, then, when the legislature added the $1 per megawatt hour generation tax, they chose to impose the 3-year period before the tax applies in recognition of the fact that with the sales and use tax costs that had just come on, local governments were going to be getting more money to address their local impacts. And there would be a large upfront hit to wind developers as they were working to develop their project. It was a very sound reason and rationale for why the legislature did put in the 3-year period before the generation tax applies. And the fourth thing is that Pacific Northwest resource adequacy study. I guess I'd say in short, please don't make any decisions based on what you saw. It's a very complex, very in-depth study. One of the key points is that study did not consider the very real issue of transmission constraints that exist. So there may be more energy exported to the Pacific Northwest via Rocky Mountain Power, but that's really it. The study itself concluded that this imaginary 33,000 megawatts of renewables from Wyoming is not only, and this is their words, extremely costly, but also impractical. So the study looks at meeting an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. No new wind is required from Montana or from Wyoming. So with that, let me go back to my new information to share with you. If I can get my mouse back over on the screen. And let me first talk through, again, kept trying to answer some questions that were addressed earlier today. The US is large, diverse, has options. You heard about renewable portfolio mandates, but none of these markets mandate buying wind electricity made in Wyoming, or certainly from an independent power producer like us. We have to be competitive on price. The markets can choose from wind, solar, geothermal, battery storage, other technologies you heard about. And as we look at the data, it really is a utility buyer's market. So we took a look at the data that's publicly available regarding how many proposed renewable energy projects have requested what are called interconnections into the West's 6 largest balancing authorities, or the regions where electricity is delivered. And then we looked at how much renewable energy or energy resources these areas need to meet their renewable energy needs by 2030. Of over 133,000 megawatt of proposed projects in the internet connection queue, only about 31,000 megawatts are actually needed. So in short, the supply of potential projects exceeds demands by a factor of 4 to 1.
Ms. Choquette, did you mean to change your slide? You were on a different slide for a while, then you came back to this one.
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out my mouse between the two screens.
I'm having the same problem.
I share the technical difficulty component of this, but I do appreciate the opportunity to participate via Zoom.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem. Just as further context, Wyoming has over 14,000 megawatts in the interconnection queue, or about 11% of the total. So yes, the market can reach its renewable energy and resource goals without choosing any resource from Wyoming at all. We talked a little bit about California this morning, talking about Wyoming wind. They don't have to, as I said. In fact, the April 2020 California Public Utilities Commission reference system portfolio, which is used as guidance by the utilities then to create and file their individual resource plans, that was published. And the amount of out-of-state wind that the CPUC is planning for is really nothing until 2030. And then in 2030, the plan calls for 600 megawatts of out-of-state wind and transmission. In contrast, that reference system portfolio plans for almost 9,000 megawatts of battery storage. And then if you look at the amount of planned solar plus battery storage, it's about 20 times greater than out-of-state wind. And just to be clear, when they say wind and out-of-state transmission, that doesn't mean Wyoming necessarily. That can certainly come from other states. So as you know, as we've talked about for many years now, we're working really hard to demonstrate the value proposition that Wyoming wind can offer and try to capture a portion of that business and even more for Wyoming. Now I do intend to flip to a slide.
Sorry.
No problem. So again, we talk a lot, you've heard us talk a lot about our market is the desert Southwest, California, Arizona, Nevada, that aren't buying wind from Wyoming today. You hear a lot about Rocky Mountain Power, whose service territory goes in the Pacific Northwest, but we don't talk a lot about what's happening north and east and south of Wyoming. So I just wanted to provide the committee, I hope you can see this map pretty clearly, with a snapshot of the type of power plant development that's happening around the state. I want to be very clear, I'm not speaking for these companies, I'm not speaking for these projects. So if there's any errors in the data gathering, that's certainly on me. Just looking though at the publicly available data, there are 20 new wind and solar projects that have been announced, and also almost all of those already contracted for in just the end of 2019 and 2020. Adding these up, these 20 projects represent a combined capacity of over 2,900 megawatts of new renewable resources, which, using again the best available data we could glean from online, is at least $2.5 billion in investment. Just the 8 wind projects that are proposed represent 1,400 megawatts of new capacity. For context, that 1,400 megawatts of new wind is roughly equivalent to all of the wind that has been installed in Wyoming from the mid-1990s through the end of 2018. Let me show you the next map. Again, having technical difficulties with my mouse. It wants to stay on one screen and not go up to the other. This map then shows that these renewable energy investments outside Wyoming are being enabled by companies that have a presence in Wyoming. So you have the retail load serving investor-owned entities like Black Hills Energy and Rocky Mountain Power, and you have the wholesale generation and transmission providers like Basin Electric and Tri-State. Basin Electric's website shows they signed 4 renewable energy PPAs in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana just since November of 2019. And if you have a PPA, that is certainty. Tri-State has 7 PPAs that they've announced in Colorado in January. And just a few weeks ago, Rocky Mountain Power announced 3 new solar plants to help power, as Mr. Haynes has said from Duke, to power Facebook data centers in Utah. What I think these dots also help show the committee is a sense of how the business of power generation is changing. It's not just a few big power plants in a few cities anymore. It's now evolving into this world where you can have many different power plants located in many different communities. And all of these communities, as Mr. Norris talked about, then have a chance for good family supporting, well-paying, year-round stable power plant jobs in those areas. I think then the next map shows the resource. We hear a lot about the resource, and we agree, Wyoming wind is fantastic and it's great. And we are always talking again about the value proposition that Wyoming wind provides. But when you plot these 8 selected or almost all selected wind projects against the wind resource data, you can see that they are in places where the wind resource is maybe equivalent to, but sometimes worse than what's available in Wyoming, indicating that it's not the resource quality that's the only driver of decision-making. And this is a little bit harder to see, but it's the same general story with the solar data. These 12, again, mostly contracted solar projects have either worse or roughly equivalent solar resources as what's available in Wyoming. Obviously, Southern Colorado does have a pretty great solar resource, and it's very understandable why a lot of those projects would be planned there. The Banjo Solar Project is very interesting. It's a new project literally on the Colorado and Montana county line with Sweetwater County. According to what I could find publicly online, the Banjo Solar Project has been approved by Moffett County, and I can't tell or can't find any information about whether a portion of it that might be on the Wyoming side has also been approved. But again, just showing the resource is not necessarily the driver of where projects are located. Again, you know, price matters and staying competitive on price is essential. So that brings me to my final data points and new information that you haven't seen before. If the independent wind power industry can remain economically viable in Wyoming, and if we can capture a portion of the market for Wyoming wind, then I thought the committee might be interested in seeing the relatively few places where wind projects may be. So this map shows the practical reality of where new farms are most likely to be in Wyoming. And this is based on technical factors, not site-specific or permitting factors. So to make this map, we excluded all sage-grouse core areas, all Forest Service land, all tribal land, national parks, national grasslands, municipalities, slopes of greater than 15%, and all wind class areas rated class 1 through 4. The potential land that's then left over represents only about 8% of Wyoming, or less than 5 million acres. And to be clear, this does not mean wind will happen in these areas, and that doesn't mean 8% of Wyoming will be used for wind development. This is just to give you a sense of the magnitude and the location of where the likely wind farms may be in Wyoming. This doesn't include the additional lands that would be excluded due to buffers around municipalities, airports, and other infrastructure. That 8% doesn't include the additional lands that would be excluded as the project goes through extensive county permitting review, state permitting review. Our project, for example, is 3,000 megawatts of generation capacity, but our long-term surface use is less than 1,500 acres. Vast parts of the ranch will not be used for wind development at all. And most importantly, this map doesn't also recognize that there's very real transmission constraints that do dictate and drive where wind farms can be. So I mapped this out against the 2020 House districts, also mapped it out across the 2020 Senate districts. Happy to provide more information to anyone afterward. This is hard to see, but in general, the House and Senate districts where our project is located, less than 13% of all of the total land even has the potential for wind energy development. Overall, 42 of the 60 House districts have 5% of or less of their district with the potential for wind development, including 29 of the districts with 0 potential for wind development. And the same in the Senate side, 17 of the 30 Senate districts have 5% or less of their district with the potential for wind development. Again, these are just the likeliest areas, what you could call opportunity zones for wind development to occur. It doesn't mean it will happen there. As you've heard throughout the day, price is critical, competition is high. There's certainly far more jobs and tax revenues and ability to diversify Wyoming's economy through allowing wind projects to succeed in Wyoming to give us a chance to be competitive. So I join others today just to ask this committee to please, I think by my count, this is the 12th meeting where the topic of increasing taxes on electricity or wind generated electricity has been discussed. Would really like to see that this year of all years is a year where Wyoming shows it is open for business for wind power. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. With you sharing your screen, I can't see who would like to ask a question. Are there, so I can't.
Yeah, let me see if I can figure out how to unshare here.
Well, perhaps don't do that yet, because maybe somebody will have a question about something on your screen. So if someone just verbally interrupts, it pops up on my screen. So let's try that. Who would like to ask Ms. Choquette a question? Make sure you're unmuted. Anybody, any questions for Ms. Choquette?
Ms. Choquette?
Representative Blackburn.
Can you send that presentation to us?
Yes, I would be glad to. I just didn't have a chance to do it before the meeting today, but yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Blackburn. Thank you, Mr. Choquette. Anybody else? If you verbalize, you pop up in front of me. So anybody else? Mr. Choquette, thank you so much. I know you think you've got the patience of Joe, but this is going to be a long haul. And I do appreciate talking. We'll look very much forward so that we can include your presentation as part of the record. And thank you for that. Now, you guys, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty with Commissioner Malm, but I think that's fixed. So Commissioner, if that's fixed, we'll go to you next. And I know that in Cheyenne, there's someone that's been patiently waiting. So then we'll go to my co-chairman, and then we'll come back up and we'll get Mr. Darren, and then the lady who's calling in by phone, okay? So we're working way through, and then there may be people in Lander that want to talk as well, but Commissioner Malm.
Chairman Case.
Perfect.
Awesome. I greatly apologize for the mix-up earlier, and appreciate your guys' patience and the committee's patience. So I'm Gunnar Malm. I'm Laramie County Commissioner here in Cheyenne, and I'd just like to speak against an increase in the wind generation tax. I think that a lot has been said, and I don't want to sit here and repeat a lot of those points in terms of what that diversification can mean for Wyoming, not only as an energy producer, but as an ability to recruit businesses, non-traditional businesses to Wyoming as end users who seek that kind of power. Laramie County has been able to recruit and done a good job of diversifying some of our businesses here locally, whether it be Microsoft or other data centers that utilize and look to utilize green or clean energy. And I think that in order to make sure that we can continue to have an increase in wind, solar, and clean energy throughout Wyoming, we need the stabilization and kind of the long-term, them knowing long-term what the costs are going to be to develop here. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm glad we found you. I think our staff did a great job, and so did your comrades in the County Commissioners Association who were able to get messages to you. So questions?
I got about 8 text messages, and the assessor ran up the stairs with a webcam. So.
That's fabulous. I love the way. So I'm fumbling a lot myself, so no worries. Who has questions for Commissioner Malm? Any questions? Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Mall, are you speaking for Laramie County and the commissioners, or are you speaking for yourself?
I'm speaking for myself.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Representative Blackburn. Anybody else? Commissioner, you got off pretty easy, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And then Mr. Co-Chairman will go to Cheyenne, and I see Mr. Fitzpatrick. Is that where we're going? Okay, Mr. Fitzpatrick, welcome.
Thank you, Chairs Case and Swanitzer, for the opportunity to speak today.
As you may recall, I'm Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm a Wyoming native, and I'm a developer with NextEra Energy Resources. NextEra is the world's largest renewable energy development company. We developed, own, and operate the 225 megawatt Roundhouse wind energy project in Laramie County that started commercial operation of June of this year. And we're under construction right now on the 533 megawatt Cedar Springs wind energy project in Converse County. That's scheduled to come online this fall. I wanted to take a minute to highlight what I think is bright spot kind of during this difficult period with these projects. These represent about $1 billion investment in Wyoming right now, and they're going to generate about $170 million in tax revenue for the state over their operational life, and pay about $145 million in landowner payments. In the case of the Roundhouse project, the landowners include the city of Cheyenne and the state of Wyoming. The projects, unlike other industries that have been severely impacted by COVID-19, we've been able to move forward with our construction projects and with little to no delay. In fact, as I mentioned, the recently completed Roundhouse project was built through the winter at 7,400 feet and through a pandemic, and we hit our scheduled completion on the day. At the same time, we were able to keep the workers and our communities safe from COVID. We're on track to meet our timelines with Cedar Springs as well. NextEra is looking to grow these numbers from our $1 billion investment and grow it to about a $2 billion investment in wind development in the state in the coming years, and a $2 billion investment in solar in the state. We've got pipelines for wind and solar totaling about $4 billion. These projects need to be properly sited, which is why we worked hard to on Senate File 36 in this last legislative session, and we supported wind energy and solar and being under the Industrial Siting Act. We worked hard to make sure that the law would protect both Wyoming and our ability to invest billions in the state. You've heard from a lot of folks today regarding the competitiveness of Wyoming projects related to increased taxation. It's tough to come out and say that any kind of increase in taxation necessarily drives the projects out of the state, but let's be real here, because sometimes there is some value placed on the location of renewable generation. The utilities may have value on locating a project in one place versus another project. But as a developer on the ground, I can tell you right now that the market is very tight for these projects. It's very competitive. Contracts are won based on pennies, not dollars. And I have firsthand knowledge, and Representative Sweeney actually mentioned this earlier today, of a wind project in Wyoming. And I'd be a little bit cryptic here because there's some proprietary information involved, but the wind project in Wyoming, that on an apples to apples comparison with an out-of-state project, lost to the out-of-state project, and the price difference was 40 cents. And so that's less than the current dollar per megawatt hour tax. And that it was, the Wyoming project was located in a county that could have really used that investment and the tax revenue and the landowner payments. And so it is very real what we're competing against in out of state. And when you talk about increasing tax generation on Wyoming projects, look, for future projects, we can factor that into our model, and it doesn't impact our return on each project, but we're not the ones that make that decision. It's going to be the customer that makes that decision. You still have to make an economic case. And if you're competing against states that in some cases are have about half the tax burden than Wyoming projects do, then it's difficult to be able to compete and take on additional tax burden in Wyoming for these projects. And so, you know, Wyoming's always, has a strong resource, and that's why there's always been investment in investing here, interest in investing here. But we have to be able to keep it competitive with the neighboring states. Otherwise, that decision is going to be out of our hands, and those investments and the tax revenue that's associated with that will go to other states instead of Wyoming. So I really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick? questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick? Thank you very much. Just take 1 second here. We're going to go to Mr. Darren next. Then we'll do Ms. Kirchhofer. I hope I'm not messing that up. I probably am. And then I'm going to admit Mr. Nelson. So you're kind of on debt, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to admit you now, and you'll be third. Okay. Mr. Darren, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Very well. Audio's good.
Great. Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Revenue Committee, my name is Tom Darren, and I'm Western State Affairs Director for the American Wind Energy Association. We're the North America's largest trade association for wind energy. Again, I focus on policy and state political affairs covering the Western United States. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Like everyone here, we all look forward to being, together again in person. I enjoyed almost my part-time, full-time residency in Cheyenne this past session on SF 36 and other bills. Until that time, I just want to hit a couple of points, and we'll skip over some areas, Mr. Chairman. It's late in the afternoon because my colleagues have covered them well. Just want to point out that the existing projects, about the 2,000 megawatts that we heard about earlier of wind in the state, we've got good jobs from those. We've got $8 million annually in state and local taxes that help fund schools, public safety, roads, and other critical services every year. So not a cumulative figure. We also pay $11 million to private landowners for that important economic use of their land. To answer a question earlier, as a trade association, we obviously don't talk about specific developers that we have. You heard from several of our members here today, but those can range in the $7,000 to $10,000 per turbine per year that are on your property. In these tough economic times, and like everyone else, really appreciate what the Wyoming legislature, and in particular the leadership in this joint committee, are tackling here in these economic times and coming out of COVID. The wind industry, and for that sense, the larger renewable industry, we bring some potential good news. On the wind side, about 9 projects have completed the state's Industrial Siting Act process and are in various stages of development. I want to come back to what in development means in just a moment. If they are built, over the project's lifetimes, they're going to provide these economic benefits. $10 billion in new investments in Wyoming, about 3,500 new construction and permanent wind technician jobs, $800 million in property taxes over their lifetime, another $400 million in sales and use taxes, and over $400 million in the $1 per megawatt hour generation or excise tax. That would be in addition to tens of millions per year to Wyoming landowners. So we see a huge opportunity to go where we are now to significantly expand upon that in the next 3 to 5 and 7 years. And of course, Wyoming needs these resources now more than ever. For these benefits, Mr. Chairman, to happen and to come to fruition, Wyoming needs to stay competitive with wind, solar resources and neighboring states. You've heard a lot about that from Mr. Bluen, from Ms. Choquette, from Mr. Fitzpatrick. It's not just Wyoming that has a resource. Mr. Chairman, your map was excellent on this point, showing the North American wind belt going down through the Great Plains, but also clipping Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. We're also adding solar in those other states to compete with. To add one finer point onto what Mr. Brown said earlier, Wyoming isn't the only state in the Western US that has all 3 of the following: a wind excise tax, a property tax, and a sales and use tax. It's the only state that has all 3 of those in the entire country. It is true that Minnesota and the 2 Dakotas have a wind excise tax, Mr. Chairman, but they do so in lieu of property taxes. So we're alone in having all 3. We're not asking to back those out. We're just saying that's what we're doing now, and we want to stay competitive. I appreciated and really liked you connecting us to the legislatures and the leadership in Montana up to the north. Just looking at that as an example, they have 1/5 of the generation tax. I think it's 20 cents per megawatt hour, and ours is $1. And I know ours is only on wind in that category. They do not have a sales tax, and I don't even know how to do Twitter, so don't worry about any stuff like that, Mr. Volanis or Mr. Chairman. And their property tax is, as we saw, has a 50% exemption, I think, for the first 9 years. So Montana is doing a really good job of trying to attract investment, stay competitive on its state taxation profile, and like Wyoming and other states, you know, really looking at transmission. And the key to transmission is we've got generation on one side of that line here in Wyoming, but we've got to find the buyer, Mr. Chairman, on the other side. And to put a finer point on what my colleague, Mr. Haynes from Duke, was talking about, just a year or so ago, Colorado and Xcel, the big utility there, got 100 bids on a wind and solar all source generation for renewables. The 100 bids I'm talking about here were on the wind side alone. The median price was $18 per megawatt hour. And Xcel, like many utilities, do new projects in tranches, and they're probably going to select 2 or 3 out of that request for proposals or RFP to go forward. So they had 1,800, or they had 100 projects on the wind side. The median price was $18. And we don't get into the proprietary stuff and the details, but it's likely, as like Mr. Fitzpatrick talked about from NextEra, if half of those projects were less than $18 a megawatt hour, pennies per megawatt hour are deciding the winners and losers of who gets the PPA with the utility. And if you don't get the PPA with the utility, you don't build your project. Our companies, by and large, want to continue and are in here and investing in our communities in Wyoming. It's not so much a question about whether they want to pick up and leave and go to New Mexico or go to Montana. They're already here. They're just not going to get to build their projects if they don't win out on the PPA with either the utility off-taker or what we're seeing a lot of, and Mr. Haynes did a nice job on this, the corporate purchasers and signing up for off-take. So to gain revenue from the 9 permitted projects and hopefully many more, those projects, if they're not in a business model like with RMP, Rocky Mountain Power, and that's where you're seeing some of the activity, they are not going to get built if they are not selected and they are not given a 20-year, is usually the term we look for in terms of a power purchase agreement. And that is the difference between tax revenues and what this committee is looking to do and the tax rate. On under construction, it's not true, or it's not the right way to think about it just because we have 4,000 megawatts under construction. And yes, that is what our markets and research team at AWEA does report, that they will automatically get built. Our definitions of our under construction are in many cases looking at how they qualify for the production tax credit, Mr. Chairman, that you spoke of. To get built, again, they need that PPA. Let's talk about California for a moment. Utilities in California and other high demand states are not right now lining up to buy Wyoming wind. When we talk about the RPS and the clean energy laws, we now have 100% in the West. That will change. The demand for renewables will change starting in about 5 to 7 years from now. But in our present day, just because stuff is under construction doesn't mean that the other states are looking to buy them. Just talk to organized labor in California and what they'd rather build. So we need to compete in that political environment and in a cost environment. Don't get me wrong. Part of what I do is work with our companies and manage an entire team of resources who are based in Sacramento to make the case. We're making the case. I want everyone here in this committee to know it, that AWEA is making the case to California and other states to buy Wyoming wind. That is our best win with a couple other states that you've mentioned on your map in the West, but it's a tough political and cost environment. We can help California's rates with low cost Wyoming wind. The geographic diversity and when it blows will help with what we know about the depth curve and what we saw about when they needed power 2 Saturdays ago and they had rolling blackouts. We're making that case and we are making progress, but I'm here to tell you that if we go too high in our taxes and add to our cost, we're going to lose that argument about our low cost helping keep California rates low. So it's not true, and I'm going to wrap up here, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity. It's not true that Wyoming can just export the tax increases to other states and they'll accept them. Let's take the Utah Public Service Commission. Just in May of 2020, this year, they rejected Rocky Mountain Power's resource plan. And it was a well thought out opinion, and it had lots of basis for that. But one of them, and the commission was very focused, and they wanted more analysis about rate impacts to Utah citizens and ratepayers from, and I quote here from the decision from page 12, it came out in May of this year. They wanted more analysis on, quote, potential future increases in the Wyoming wind tax. That's the Utah PSC. So in short, and wrapping up, other states are taking notice and are already signaling that it's not exactly true, or a fallacy, if you want to be a little stronger, for Wyoming just to think that it can raise any of the 3 existing taxes we pay on wind, and others are just going to pay it. Utah and other states have many other options, and that means Wyoming just needs to, stay competitive. Other peoples are taking notice. If we stay competitive, we're going to win those power purchase agreements and competitive solicitations. If we win, we will build those projects. If we win those solicitations, the revenues from those projects will stay here in Wyoming and not accrue to one of our neighboring states. With that, I wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darren. We appreciate it. Committee, questions for Mr. Darren? Any questions? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Darren, and I'm sorry I didn't write his name down, but a couple of commentators ago, he made the comment that the RPSs were really irrelevant. And I had asked that question before to our staff to understand what the relationship is between those portfolio standards in certain states and the demand for our energy. His response to that issue in general was that the standards are irrelevant. All that really makes a difference is cost, pricing. And you right now just said that the RPSs are relevant. So I'm curious about the difference between is it just a difference in perspective?
Nope.
Or are you talking about something different?
Mr. Darren.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
May I address Representative Connolly?
Yes, you may.
Thank
Absolutely.
You. That's an excellent question. And I agree with Mr. Haynes on the points that he brought up. And the difference is that it depends on the state. We're seeing a lot of states in the central part of the United States that do not have RPSs and are low cost, and people wanting to lock that in without a fuel price risk, without regulatory risk, and some other risks that might go with other generation types, and lock that in for like a 20-year power purchase agreement. In some states, like California is a different example. They have a renewable portfolio standard that's moving up to 60% renewables by 2030, and then 100% clean after that towards 2045. Just so folks know, when it goes from RPS or renewables to clean, existing nuclear and emission-free nuclear and hydro resources of that nature will count. That's just the difference between an RPS and a lot of our clean laws in the Western United States. But they are under a statutory requirement to meet those targets. But having said that, they're going to do it in the least cost and most reliable way. So in many places, without an RPS, cost is driving the purchase of renewables. In some states, it's both, that and the renewable standard.
Thank you, Mr. Darren. You okay, Representative Conley? Anybody else? Anybody else? Mr. Darren, you kind of mentioned that, and several of your colleagues, not true colleagues, but people within the industry have mentioned that Wyoming has this triple whammy of 3 taxes that we impose. And because we have all 3, and several folks have kind of mentioned that. And I wonder, I kind of get at the fact that it's not the taxes we impose, it's kind of the total impact of all the taxes. And I think that's kind of the thing with Montana. They have some different taxes that they put in that we don't. And other states have, if we were in a profit world, which we're not apparently, then an income tax would be very, very relevant. And most states have that. But it's this whole kind of connection of all these taxes, I think, that is important, not just kicking off a box about taxes. And in addition, I think another important factor would be the costs of landowners and the availability of land and how much you have to pay those landowners. So, you know, I'm not very persuaded when people say, well, you have 3 or, you know, and you're the only state that has 3, when it's actually the total impact. Would you agree with me on that? Wouldn't it be useful for us to try to figure out that total impact, which is what we actually did back when the original E3 study was done? And that's something I've been advocating for, because I don't think we've really got there yet. How about it? What do you think?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That's a really good question. And I like and appreciate your request to one of your Montana legislative colleagues about that exact, I mean, you're right. I was noting during that presentation, for example, Montana has an impact fee. We don't have a separate taxation called impact fee, but unless I have it wrong, a fair amount of the 6% sales tax we pay comes back. And I know there've been bills about when this actually comes to the counties to pay for impacts. But, you know, that's a fair point. I think, so when you asked the folks up in Montana, when you add all those up, because we have a different set of taxes, sometimes it's just nomenclature, covers the same thing, or the same thing we're trying to fund at the state and local level. Let's look at, you know, to get apples to apples, let's look at per megawatt hour of generation, what that equals. Because every state, you know, is doing this differently. In Colorado, they have a tax incentive to develop renewables in enterprise zones. But what does that mean with Colorado's other taxes? What does that offset mean, you know, for what they are doing on the taxation side? I don't have that data in front of me right now, but yes, I hear your point that, you know, it's more than just Wyoming has 3 and no other state does that unless they exempt one of the others. While that's factually true, as Mr. Norris pointed out, you need to add up everything we do, whether it's the $2 million paid to a law firm to go through the ISC process and get cited the right way and protect community values in this state, and taxes, and that you add it up to get to our bottom line. And then our bottom line gets passed on, you know, in a competitive thing, so our companies can see what they need to generate to cover that, hopefully make a little bit of profit. And that's, I still think they're in the business for that, and beat out other companies. You saw several companies here talking about this need, and that's what we do in the trade association world. We try to get the policy right. They're all competing against each other, and they're not going to text me after this, and I can't believe you said that. That's no secret. You know, they're all competing to get the same PPAs from whenever the next round of, you know, requests come out from the utilities. We're going to have to add all these costs, whether we call them 3 taxes or 4 taxes. We're going to have to add it all up and win.
Thank you, Mr. Darren. I really appreciate talking with you. Anybody else for Mr. Darren? Thank you so much, Mr. Darren. We appreciate it. We know we're going to see you in the future. And
yeah, I look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Chairman and members.
All right, now we have a telephone only testimony, and Ms. Kirchhoffer, please correct me if I'm doing that wrong, but welcome, and committee, there's no video for this as I understand, so you'll just be listening by phone, and let's hope the audio is good. Ms. Kirchhoffer, correct me if I'm missing your name.
No, I think you got it right. Thank you. This is Jennifer Kirchhoffer. Can you all hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm just a resident of Wyoming, and this is not something that I usually do. But I wanted to make sure that you guys all had a little perspective from the rural residents of Wyoming and the impact wind and solar have at the county level and what it does to a community. I understand about that Wyoming has some state regulations which pertain to industrial wind permits, with most of the control put in hands of the individual counties. This may have seemed like a good idea decades ago when turbines were half the height and few in numbers, with current turbines reaching heights of 675 feet, encompassing tens of thousands of acres, hundreds of turbines per project. County planning and zoning and commissioners are overwhelmed by the immense amount of knowledge required for regulation reviews necessary in regards to health and safety hazards, setback distances, decibel ratings, ice throw, turbine failure, fire hazards, and more. Knowing this reality, industrial wind companies are highly experienced in locating states and counties with tax exemptions and less than sufficient zoning regulations. Big wind and solar are also very skilled in supplying overinflated monetary promises and job numbers to win over county officials pressuring them to ignore the extensive negative consequences. I'll provide an example of this in a little bit. This is happening in Albany County, therefore I'm sure it's happening all over Wyoming, and our counties are struggling. Before January of this year, I was unaware of anything related to industrial wind turbines. Then I started seeing turbines going up in Laramie County, and then became aware of 3 projects permitted in northern Albany County, and another is seeking permits in southern Albany County. I'm the person who will not comment or form an opinion on a topic I know nothing about. So I joined a group of concerned residents that started what has become of hundreds of hours of personal research into industrial wind. What I've found out is that there's a huge desire to become carbon neutral. What I've also found out is that industrial wind turbines and industrial solar fields are not the answer. This conclusion is being proven right now in California as we speak with their rolling blackouts. And now the more we support these failing industries with tax exemptions and subsidies, the more big wind and solar attacks this beautiful windy state of Wyoming. And as long as big wind and solar can make big money at the expense of Wyoming's landscapes, tourism, wildlife, the health and safety of our citizens and communities, and the degradation of our unique Western character, there will never be a successful carbon neutral alternative. There's not big money to be made in exploring and developing new alternative energy sources. All the money is going to support a destructive solar and wind industry. Do we really want to win all those out-of-state projects? At what expense to Wyoming? Albany County is currently in a situation which could define our future and possibly begin the decline of our economic potential for decades to come. Why should Albany County's wind projects concern government officials at the state level? The University of Wyoming is located in Albany County. The decisions made by Albany County officials will affect Laramie, the county, the university, which will in turn affect the state. If the future of Albany County is one with thousands of ill-sited industrial turbines and acres of industrial solar fields, we'll lose the natural resources we have, which are critical in attracting our professors, students, tourists, and residents, all for out-of-state projects. Numerous families have gotten together to research current Albany County industrial wind regulations over the past 8 months, which are severely lacking. We took the initiative to update current regulations based on current Sweetwater County regulations, which have taken many health and safety issues into consideration. These were presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration. Not that they would adopt it all, but at least negotiations would ensue and compromises be made. After months of community comments and a few hours of a special work session, the county neglected to request supporting documents for increasing setbacks and adopting regulations with consequences and restitution when situations don't turn out as promised. They did not make the changes necessary. They passed the responsibility off to commissioners, with a county official even stating, "I'm tired of dealing with this." Now the commissioners have sent the regulation changes back to planning and zoning for suggestions. We're caught in a political game of ping pong. The responsibilities I mentioned earlier is unbelievably overwhelming for these groups of individuals. There's simply too much to fully understand and too little time to dedicate to this issue, especially now when they're also dealing with changes due to COVID. Especially now when the wind companies are donating to communities in the name of COVID to garner support. It's simply too difficult for our counties to fully understand the negative effects of overly industrializing Wyoming with poorly sited projects when they have a large payout waved in front of their faces. And we have no consequences for when those overinflated monetary and job promises in reality come in much lower. Laramie County is already dealing with problems arising from lacking regulations at the Roundhouse project. NextEra knew how to work around simple wording, which in turn allowed them to overstep their bounds and fail to comply with promises made, leaving themselves with the ability to claim we're within local laws and what we had to do for our permits. And when complaints are made to commissioners and Industrial Siting Council, they respond with, well, we didn't have regulations to deal with those issues. The residents are the ones left with paying the price, and the county's been fooled by the skilled representatives of Big Wind. According to the site plan information, the Roundhouse project was supposed to have 120 turbines up to 499 feet. That's a total of 300 megawatts on almost 50,000 acres. Currently, they have only built 82 turbines and possibly only 34 in the future. I understand that the Roundhouse project is currently built out to only 75%. On July 10th, there was a public hearing in Cheyenne on the project because the wind company is seeking authorization to cease construction and to have their construction time extended by an additional 2 years through December 2022. Currently, they've only built 225 megawatts of their 300 or the 82 turbines. The reason they went to Industrial Siting for not competing this project at the time and seeking a delay in construction as they overbuilt already do not have customers on the WAPA transmission line to purchase the additional power. Albany County is considered a project up to 151 turbines on that same transmission line. Albany County shouldn't even be considering another project on the same line where the energy has no destination or buyer, but they're being pressured to permit that project by another wind company. Now throw in the additional element where we only get taxed on power that's sold. So if no one is taking the power, that reduces the taxes further. Turbines are just there to see and make noise at that point, and the reported sales and property taxes will also diminish. Here's an update from the economic impact projections, still not the actuals, as built on that project. The property tax reduction from a promoted 40 million during permitting is now at 28 million. Sales tax promises during the permitting of 17.6 million are down to 12.3 million. And wind tax promises during permitting from 31 million down to 22 million. So now their projections have been reduced by over 26 million, or 30% projected decrease in the promoted economic benefit during permitting before they ever started getting to actual numbers. When it comes to economic workforce, the projection was for 119 workers, but they're reporting only 102 for what was actually built, and those workers for that portion of the work were not employed over 17 months, but only over 9 months. As long as big wind is allowed to play the system, pressure, deceive, and overwhelm county officials, and capitalize on tax exemptions and subsidies, they have free rein to destroy the unique Western character of Wyoming. The reason we came here as visitors and tourists, the reason we chose Wyoming as our home. The responsibility should not lie on local residents to spearhead this fight to retain all that keeps Wyoming great. Tax exemptions are clearly not needed anymore to attract industrial wind and solar. We're already giving them a green light in counties with outdated regulations which have not evolved with the industry. We need to pause and consider the consequences of selling out Wyoming for unsustainable, unreliable, and unsightly energy sources. I would ask that you please stop the 3-year tax exemption to help slow the alarming rate at which big wind and solar are flooding into Wyoming. We need balance. And that is a great conflict of your position, how to keep Wyoming growing without losing that unique Western character which makes it Wyoming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kirchhofer. We very much appreciate it. Questions for Ms. Kirchhofer? Any questions? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Kirchhofer, my guess is that you read a statement, and I would love to have a copy of it.
Ms. Kirchhofer, that's up to you.
Oh, a copy of what I just read to you?
Yes, please.
Yes, I actually, well, yeah, I revised it a little since I sent it to Chairman Case, but I can go ahead and kind of add the pencil notes I added as I was listening throughout the past few hours. And yes, I could go ahead and supply that to however that would work.
So Ms. Kirchhofer, you don't have to supply the committee anything, but we'd all be grateful if you would. And if it's different than what you talked to me about earlier, fine, you can make any changes you want. I think your Representative Conley, she might be your constituent. I'm not positive, but yes, if you want to sort of share it, you certainly can, and please do. Any other questions for Ms. Kirchhofer? Ms. Kirchhofer, we're very grateful for your testimony. Thank you very much. Now, okay, here's what I think we have left. We're going to go to Mr. Nelson next, but in the waiting room is Mr. McCarville, and I'm going to admit Mr. Carville, so you'll be on deck, and there'll be a little lag as things switch over. And then just by way of telegraphing, I believe there's one piece of testimony in one person that wishes to testify in person in Lander. And I may have missed someone. We will get to you, I promise, but that's what I have so far. So, Mr. Nelson, I think you're up. Welcome.
Chairman Case, Co-Chairman Swanitzer, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to talk to you today. I will try to be brief because it's already late. As Senator Case indicated, my name is Thor Nelson. For those of you from the committee who may not recall, I'm with the law firm of Holland & Hart, and I represent a group called the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, which is a coalition of about 18 large industrial companies in the state of Wyoming who gather together to work on electric issues, primarily by working in front of the PSC, but also testifying and working on issues at the legislature. So I come before you today urging the committee not to adopt additional taxes on electric generation in Wyoming. And I come from the perspective of the consumer, the persons who are looking to potentially pay the bill for at least a portion of the tax that you're contemplating. One of the things which I think is important to bear in mind is that although there has been a lot of discussion today and in the past about the export of electricity from Wyoming to other states, a substantial portion of the electricity generated in Wyoming is actually consumed by Wyoming customers. And certainly to the extent a tax is then passed on in the costs, which would be ordinary to do, those customers in Wyoming will pick up a substantial portion of any tax that comes into existence. And so we just urge the committee and the legislature in general to be very cautious about creating new taxes on electricity. And we urge that because electricity, it is important to bear in mind, is for most of my clients the #1 highest operating cost that they incur. And so to the extent that you are concerned about the ability of our extractive and manufacturing companies in Wyoming to be competitive and to maintain their operations, adding additional costs is not helpful in that context. And I'm sorry about having to deliver this message because I know that you all on this committee and in the upcoming legislative session have a very difficult job to do because there are substantial budget issues and there are substantial challenges facing the state. And I'll be pretty surprised if anyone comes before you raising their hand saying, please tax me. But I think this is really important because one of the things which is foundational to Wyoming and Wyoming's economy is the extractive and manufacturing industries that I represent, and understanding the impact that costs of electricity have on those industries is really important. To that end, in information that my colleague Bob Jensen emailed around earlier today, which I'll just summarize quickly, you'll see that there are a couple of charts that we put in those materials to try to give you a sense of, as of 2019, where Wyoming stands in terms of what industrial companies like the members of WIAC pay for electricity. And as those tables indicate, and again, this is a Wyoming average, so this speaks to all the utilities in the state as reported to the Energy Information Agency. In 2001, Wyoming had lower industrial electric rates than Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Utah, or Texas. In fact, in 2001, Wyoming had the second lowest industrial electric rates in the nation. By 2019, of the states right in our immediate vicinity and Texas, Wyoming is now only lower than Colorado. That means the industrial rates on average in Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Texas are better than the rates in Wyoming. And Wyoming went from second lowest in the country in 2001 to the most recent information reported in 2019 as the 26th lowest. So we are now, if you look at the 50 states and halfway point is 25, we're now above that in terms of the industrial cost of electricity. One of my clients put this in a very poignant way to me earlier this year when he reported, when he was trying to explain the issues that he was facing and the concerns that they were facing. This is a client who has an operation in Southwest Wyoming and a similar operation in Texas. And he indicated that when they did their analysis, the 2019 all-in energy cost for the operation in Texas was $37 a megawatt hour, and the all-in electric cost for their operation in Southwest Wyoming was $62 a megawatt hour in 2019. So that's the impact that the electric rates have, and you can see that the stark difference between Wyoming and Texas yields, unfortunately, the potential that companies like this client would choose to invest in and develop operations in other states where the cost of electricity is lower as compared to investing in Wyoming. Now, having said all of that, it is a true statement that the wind tax that we're talking about, or the electric taxes that we've talked about in the past years, these are probably only a small part of the overall cost of electricity that by the time it works through the PSC process to customers. But it is important to bear in mind that every little bit matters, and especially when we're talking about companies who, in one case, as I indicated in my materials that we sent to you, we have a client who spent $66 million on electricity in 2019. And so what seems like a relatively small number when you look at an individual homeowner or an individual small business owner, actually, by the time you add it up and you look at the amount of electric volumes that these companies consume, can turn into a material amount of dollars. And it is for that reason that we rise to ask the committee not to include additional taxes on electric generation. One of the other issues that I would just offer is that I also represent a group of clients who are struggling, as this committee well knows. A lot of the oil and gas industry members of my coalition are trying very hard to stay alive, if you would, during the course of the COVID and other economic conditions. And so along that line, anything that can be done to assist in that process in terms of not causing additional cost increases would be greatly appreciated. The final thing that I'll say, and then obviously Senator Case, I'm happy to answer any questions, but the last thing I'll say is I found the discussion in Montana very interesting. I am very fortunate to represent a very similar coalition in Montana. We do the same kind of thing for a group of companies up in Montana, some of who are the same as the companies in Wyoming. And one important distinction that I would draw to the committee's attention between the way these sorts of taxes impact companies in Montana as compared to the way they impact companies in Wyoming is that the clientele that I represent in Montana, generally speaking, has a legislative authorization to buy their power from the market. Which I think is an important distinction to keep in mind between that state and Wyoming, where customers do not have a similar opportunity. So with that, I will conclude, and I thank the committee very much for the time and appreciate your attention to this issue. Thank you, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any questions by the committee for Mr. Nelson or our friends in Montana as well? Representative Hallinan, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In view of the fact that only 10% of the power that's generated in Wyoming is from solar power, how does that increase in price that we're talking about, a minimal amount, how does that impact the cost to your subscribers out there?
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Mr. Nelson, if you can. And I think,
thank you.
Just by way of slightly correcting the question, I think renewables in total, that's a rough number. Solar is pretty small in Wyoming, but wind is a little bigger. So I think maybe the question was about renewables in total. And if that wasn't true, that'd be possibly roughly close to 10%. Mr. Nelson, if you can.
Senator Case, Representative Hallinan, thank you for the question, and I'll echo Senator Case's notion. So the reality is a Wyoming tax on solar would have probably a very small effect on the ultimate price of electricity paid by Wyoming industrial consumers that I represent, because there hardly isn't any solar in Wyoming and doesn't look like it's likely to be solar in Wyoming. From a renewable perspective, by far the larger impact would be if the tax on wind were increased or modified. That would have a much more substantial impact than a tax on solar in particular, because there just isn't as much. I'll also offer the observation from a revenue generation perspective. I'm not sure a tax on solar would get very far for the same reason. Now, when you look at renewables as a package, as Senator Case has indicated, again, I'm not. Please don't misunderstand my testimony to say that a tax on electric generation of renewables is going to cause, a 10% increase in the price of electricity. It's nothing like that. It is fair to say that the effects that by the time you factor into the calculation that some portion of the power will be shipped out of state, and so some portion of that will get paid by out-of-state customers. When you look at the remaining portion within the state, that issue is just a part of the overall cost of service. There's other generation resources, there's transmission costs, there's distribution costs. So by the time you boil all of that down, the impact is not gigantic. But the important part of what I was trying to illustrate with my observation about the customer who pays $66 million for their electricity, even what seem like small impacts can be substantial. That on a $66 million a year bill, even if you have, let's call it a quarter of 1% or a half of 1%, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that makes a difference in terms of how these companies are able to operate and the decisions they make in terms of investments and their ability to be and remain profitable. So it is fair to say that there is, this as compared to all the other things is but one portion of the cost of doing business. But from the perspective of companies who are struggling right now to stay in business and to keep operating in Wyoming and to keep drilling and keep manufacturing, every little bit you can do to avoid cost increases helps. And so avoiding an additional tax on electricity would help.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Any other questions from the committee? Any other questions from the committee? Mr. Nelson, would you mind sharing the nature of the business of the client that has operations in Wyoming and in Texas that you used as an example? What kind of business is it? Did you hear me, Mr. Nelson?
I did, and I'm so here's my problem, Senator Case. The information I gave in terms of what their total spend on electricity is a confidential information, and so I'm trying not to reveal that. And unfortunately, this client is in a business that there's a small enough number of them that if I told you what they did, that might give you some insight into who they were. So
I'll give you. I'll give you a bye. It's okay. But I think when we start looking at these numbers, and the truth is most electricity is exported from Wyoming, overwhelmingly so. And any type of tax that would be on that electricity that would raise revenue would be overwhelmingly exported. And I think you would agree with that. It is absolutely true that of the people left, roughly 15% of Rocky Mountain Power's production in power would stay in Wyoming. But interesting about that 15%, and I think you probably made this point many times, we've been in things together, that most of that power is the industrial customers in Wyoming. So they're about 3/4 of what stays in Wyoming. And consumers in the form of commercial consumers and residential consumers, they're only about 1/4 of 15%. So less than 4% would be these people that are in Wyoming that would get a very tiny increase because they use very little electricity as a whole. So that it's a chance for them to possibly get a lot of revenue for the state without them actually paying it, which is what, that's the game we've been playing for years we're trying to do the same. Your clients represent a lot of those, that industrial base that would pay a lot of the tax. And the question is, are your clients mobile or not? Can they pick up and leave? Can they go to Texas? Most of our industrial power consumed in Wyoming, for better or worse, is consumed in Wyoming because the resources are here and they're extracting and processing and using those resources. So a tax on their electricity usage sort of reflects their tie to Wyoming in terms of how we tax them otherwise, property taxes and severance taxes, which are also assessed based on the resource being here. Now, some probably are somewhat mobile, and we want them all to thrive. We do want them all to thrive, but somehow we've got to figure out a way to fund Wyoming. And another piece of this is that we're talking about possibly electricity taxes. we're also talking about within the concept of electricity taxes, we could implement something that allows other taxes to be deducted. So it kind of ends up only being on lightly taxed aspects of electricity production in the end period. It's sort of an equalizer. And maybe that would be good and have even less impact on your clients than a general tax without the deductions. And the only final point I might make with respect to your clients is many of them also have the capability of producing power and increasing producing in a cogeneration basis in the future. And I wish them well with that. We could use a lot more of that. So they're not without alternatives. And I'm not that harsh. I want everybody to thrive. I'm just trying to figure out a way to move Wyoming forward. And I'm very grateful for your knowledge and testimony. You do a great job for your clients.
So,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, if I could,
You bet.
could I just, in response, let me just agree. So with the concept that the client that I'm speaking of, I can tell you they're not mobile. Okay, so the people who are in WIAC, by and large, and I'm trying to think of an exception and I'm struggling to think of one. They operate facilities, oil extraction fields, manufacturing facilities, mining facilities, chemical processing facilities that they have invested billions of dollars in, and they're here. So there is no question that the facility that I'm speaking of is going to pack up and move. But having said that, one thing that I do want to let you all know, every year, a significant share of my members send me an email saying, can you please give me your 5 or 10-year estimate for what electric prices are going to be in Wyoming, because my management is making investment decisions nationally about where to invest new capital in our projects, and they need to know what the price of electricity is going to be when they decide whether to invest in an upgrade and an expansion in a plant in Wyoming as compared to a plant in Texas. So there is, please don't take anything I say as a suggestion that there's going to be a plant that closes if this tax is passed. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is minimizing or hurting the chances of those plants to competitively attract capital within their businesses to expand and grow. Now, having said that, one thing that I would not have thought possible, but is occurring, and we look at the dramatic impact that COVID has had, especially on the oil industry, when we talk about the amount of shut-in wells that have happened in Wyoming in 2020 and the dramatic loss of production, I'm not sure I would have guessed that it could have been that bad before we saw what happened in 2020. And, you know, we have a lot of discussions that happen in this committee and elsewhere about how to manage the declining production volumes, especially from the oil and gas sector, and how to deal with that. And those issues are directly tied to both the revenues they're able to get in because of sales and prices, but also the cost of service, of which electricity is a key part. So while the factories won't move, what we have seen and will continue to see is that those oil and gas producers will shut down if they need to, if they can't make an economic go of it. And that's the piece of this that we're working very hard to try to figure out everything we can do, every lever we can pull to keep those operations as economic as possible so they can keep in business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson. And I agree with you 100%. But one thing we've got to understand is our level of taxes is not driving the electricity price in the future, not in any significant way whatsoever. It is markets, it is a shift to renewables, and renewables are cheap on the margin, but the integration costs are astounding for our future utility. And we're going to hear from the PSC, and we're going to hear from others, both in this committee and in the corporations committee. And we'll learn that the real drivers of running behind electricity costs are not whether we have a tax up another $1 or $2 or whatever, or apply it to all electricity and let people deduct. That's not the drivers. That's not what your clients, we all have bigger problems. And with oil and gas, demand is the driver. And we're all suffering. We're partners with you in oil and gas, and we want demand back. We certainly do. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Let's see, the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next one is Mr. McCarville, who, let me just do housekeeping. As far as I know, this is everybody that was applying for the waiting room and wanted to testify via Zoom. We do have a gentleman here in Lander that wants to testify, and he'll go next after you. And you moved around, Mr. McCarville. There you go. You're on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I will be brief with my comments, and as I've spoken to this committee before, I want to point out something that hadn't come up in earlier testimony, and that is the negative effect on the workforce that presently lives and works in electric generation in the state of Wyoming. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers represents over 1,450 men and women working in all aspects of energy production and distribution in the state of Wyoming. And as the reason we are opposed to additional taxes is in that competitive market, it's the workforce that often sees it double whammy. As the providers themselves are finding ways to not pass it on to the consumer, it shows changes in wage and benefits to those Wyoming residents. And then, as has much of the testimony been, a couple of these large scale renewable projects that our membership could desperately use those work opportunities, both to finish their career and start on a path with a wonderful career going forward, be able to maintain their livelihood there in the great state of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCarville. My heart goes out to all your workers and tradesmen who built these great plants and this great utility network and have devoted their life to it. And I bet it's hard for them to see how everything is changing, and no one could wish him more wellness than me. Questions for Mr. McCarville? Questions for Mr. McCarville? Thank you so much, Mr. McCarville. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Best to your members. Now, everyone, as far as I know, and you can get my attention if not, we have someone in Lander who wishes to testify, and I have to take a moment to switch the video and the microphone. And if that's all right, I'll do that now. So I'm going to the camera, and now I have to go to the microphone as well. And we have Mr. Steenberger from Cheyenne, I believe, and I probably.
You know, when you want to pronounce a name right, that's the time you're going to pronounce it wrong. Just like the actress, Mr. Chairman, you know, Mary Steenburgen. So. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for just a couple of moments. I'd like to just back up a second. I wonder when the last time that we had an industry that was looking to come to Wyoming and they didn't have their hand out for any money and they weren't looking for legislation that protected them in any way. They weren't looking for anything, right? All they said was, don't punish me. Don't make it harder for me to do business in your state. I've sat and watched this legislature for certainly over a decade now, and there have been many of those companies that have come with their hands out. I remember very few that came and said, we want to spend money with you, billions of dollars. We're going to hire your people. We're going to have a cutting edge industry that we're bringing to your state. And we're not asking you for anything. Just leave us alone and don't hurt us and put any more burden on us than what we already carry. You know, we've been talking about a lot of big companies and a lot of big money. I don't represent those people in the Greater Cheyenne Chamber of Commerce. I represent a lot of small businesses. We've got quite a good bit of wind energy development in Cheyenne. And I can tell you who appreciates the wind development there. It's the small privately owned lumber yards, the gas stations, the cafes, the places where these people do business while they're doing construction, the places where they do business with the folks that are there permanently. I would just close with this. I had the privilege to help with a wind project in 2001. And I got that project going and I kind of moved out of the area. And one of the ranchers that was involved with that, I saw him about 3 years ago. And I said, how did all this turn out for you? And he looked at me and said, you know, a couple of the years that were really lean. And he said, wind energy kept this ranch. And he said, not only did it keep the ranch, He said, my son is here. And he's been able to move back to the community. It's a town of just a few hundred people, right? And where does he spend his money? He spends his money at the feed store. He spends his money at his local grocery store. He gives his donation to his local church. All these things are dependent on people being able to be viable in rural areas. And I guess just as you talk about this, I know these are big issues, and the tax challenges in Wyoming are serious. I think there's some taxes that my organization would consider. We're not sure that as we go in and look at specific industries and lay burden on them, that's our best long-term approach. With that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody's time, especially I know it's getting a little late. So.
Okay, I'll leave his image up and try to work from my microphone. Are there questions for Mr. Steenbergen? Thank you, Mr. Steenbergen. Questions? Any questions? I think you got off. Mr. Steenbergen, I might ask one, and fair enough, your comment about no handouts. But I would point out that this industry, at least the wind industry, enjoys a 3-year tax exemption. And I take it you might not think that's a handout, but I'll throw it to you. You got to wait a second because I've got to switch the microphone on my computer and I don't want to cut you off. So just.
I know there is an exemption to get these businesses up and running. I think that was a good decision. I think it allows it to be viable, but I think that compared to what we've done for other businesses in this state, which I think are good, right? We need diversification, but in the scope of what we do for economic development, it's pretty cheap just to say we aren't going to charge you anymore compared to the other way where we're going and being proactive about getting rid of payments, getting rid of taxes, getting rid of regulation. So I do think it's unique that these companies are poised to do this without an ask.
Thank you, Mr. Steenbergen. I'm going to get your name right. I'm just tired. So any other questions for Mr. Steenbergen? I'm not seeing any. Somebody, let me move my platform so I can make sure to see all your smiling faces. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for making the trip. I hope you stay over. I see you've got our chamber director and you guys should go have a nice dinner. I think that's the conclusion of the public comment unless Mr. Co-Chairman, is somebody there?
We still have 4 or 5 people here, but no one wishes for further public comment, no.
They've had enough. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I think that concludes the public comment and the topic. So we've kind of reached this point and where we need to adjourn and everybody get rested for tomorrow. But what I suggest is, we did get assigned this topic by Management Council. It is our number 2 priority. And I know it's a grind and I'm so grateful for all of you, but I think we made some progress today to kind of understand a few things. And thanks to our friends in Montana, thanks to the industry that's very, very patient to hang with us. Thanks especially to the committee and who you've been so pleasant and patient. We're stuck with a big problem in Wyoming. This may or may not be part of that solution, and but we have to keep working. So thank you for that. All the best. Any final comments? We start again tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is that right, Mr. Co-Chairman? And you'll be chairing the morning session, Mr. Co-Chairman?
I will now, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Is that okay with you?
Be ready.
All right. Everybody, have a nice evening. Is there anything left that anybody needs to say? All right. Thank you to the public. Thank you to everybody. Have a great evening. Take care. I'm going to sign off here. Bye-bye.